address. Thank you.
Recently, whilst I was jetting off on holiday to Cyprus, I felt a prayer stir in my heart for the city, and I'd like to pray that this afternoon. Father God, creator of the universe, King of kings, thank you that you love the city of Portsmouth. Thank you that you have a plan and purpose to prosper this city, and you have strategically positioned this city for great things. Bless, protect, and strengthen this place today and every day. Cause your peace to rule and reign in every sphere of our society. Where there is brokenness, bring healing and wholeness. Where there is bitterness, bring forgiveness, reconciliation, and a bond of unity. Where there is fear, anxiety, and uncertainty about the future, bring faith, hope, and clear guidance. May heaven's light truly be our guide. May your unconditional love empower us to love one another as brothers and sisters. Align us with your will, the way, the truth, and the life. Grant us the courage and boldness to stand for righteousness, justice, and mercy. And forgive us for the times that we've neglected our duties as humanity and children of God. Rebuild the broken walls, restore our inheritance, and lead us into the promised land that you have predestined for us. Help us to see as you see and to value what you value. Teach and inspire us to work for that which matters most and that which will last into eternity. In the precious, mighty, and holy name of Jesus, the Saviour. Amen. And I just want to say that obviously I support David and prayer, but if there's anything I can pray for anyone else here, whether it's for you personally or family members or just things in the city that you would love for me to focus on in prayer, I believe that prayer makes a difference, and I'd love to be able to extend that invitation to offer my support to you here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan. You're most welcome to stay for the meeting, but obviously I understand if you're not able to do so. I'd like to now begin today's meeting with the agenda item number 1, and that's declarations of interest, members. Any declarations of interest, please? Councillor Winnington.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have 2 declarations of interest, both pertaining to the budget. One is that I am a member of Unison, and obviously there's a pertaining to that, and also that I work for the Roberts Centre, but by the judgment of the monitoring officer, I do have a personal but non-pecuniary interest, as neither my job, I do not work in the team involved, and my job is not funded by the City Council. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, Michael. Any other declarations, members? Yes, Councillor.
Excuse me. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, I too am a member of Unison, so I have a similar declaration to make to Councillor Winnington.
Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My wife is a member of Unison and a former representative, but in this case, I don't think there's a pecuniary interest.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else? No? Okay, then. So we go on to number 2 on the agenda, minutes. It is proposed by Councillor Jones and seconded by Councillor Vernon Jackson that the minutes of the meeting held on the 15th of November 2016, previously circulated with the agenda, to be confirmed as a correct record. Are the minutes agreed, members? Thank you, Leader. Agreed. Number 3 is communications and apologies. I've had none received at all. Oh, sorry, Councillor Vernon Jackson.
My Lord, may I just say Councillor Hunt will be late, but if we get through this quickly, you never know, we might get it done before he's here.
I won't answer that one, Councillor. Any more apologies from anyone? No, okay then. So, filming council proceedings. Just to remind everyone that today's meeting is being filmed from a fixed location, camera placed in the chamber with the intention of web streaming and recording. The camera has been positioned so that as not to visually record any members of the public who may be in attendance at the meetings. Also, for the attention of those in the galleries and in the chamber, can I strongly impress upon those present that the Council's rules strictly prohibit you from filming and photographing or recording members of the public unless they are addressing the meeting, and only when if they do not actively object. Filming from the gallery to gallery is also not allowed. Consequently, can I remind all persons making deputations that if any of you do not wish to be filmed, photographed or recorded when addressing the Council, please indicate now so that we can advise all those present. Okay, evacuation procedures. Also, just to remind you, the evacuation assembly point is the Guildhall Square, vicinity of the Queen Victoria statue. There is also an in and out logbook there on reception for public attending meetings in the event of a roll call being needed. The officers will undertake the roll call of members and officers. Signs indicating the location of the public toilets are within and outside the council chamber. Finally, it gives me great pleasure to inform you about Gladys Howard. Gladys has just received a special recognition of achievement award from our Deputy Lord Mayor, Councillor Ken Alcombe, for a long service to the city of Portsmouth. This took place at a dinner event with the police last week as part of a 100th birthday celebration. Gladys was born on the 4th of December 1916 and firstly worked in the civil service before she had a long and illustrious career in the police force, being the first woman police sergeant in Portsmouth in 1952, and then she was the first woman police inspector in 1963. Gladys was first elected a Conservative City Councillor in 1979 in the Kingston ward and was re-elected in 1983 and 86 in the Milton ward, which she represented until 1990. Gladys was also elected Lord Mayor back in 1989. Councillor Alcombe, Deputy Councillor Alcombe, did you want to say a few words?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. As you say, I represented the City Council at Gladys's lunch on the 5th of December. Not only did she receive the award that had been provided by the City Council, she also received a framed 100th birthday telegram from the Queen, together with a picture of the Queen, and a cake adorned with various police accoutrements. Members will probably be pleased to know that Gladys, although she's now in a wheelchair, her brain and her mind is as sharp as ever, as is her wit. They did a This Is Your Life type presentation on her life and times, at the end of which she whispered in my ear and said, well, that means I'm not going to sell many memoirs. So she asked me to pass on her thanks to the City Council for its consideration of the Special Achievement Award, and I do so today. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. No problem. Do you have any declarations of interest, Councillor? No. Okay. Thank you very much. Number 4, deputations from the public gallery, from the Public Understanding Order 24. Michael, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Members, there are 2 deputations today in respect of the budget savings item, the details of which have been circulated in the chamber on the green sheet. Moving to the first deputation, which is from Miss Deb Gardiner of Unison. You have 6 minutes, and the bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak to you about the budget proposals to cut the trade unions secondment funding. I'm Deb Gardner and I work for Unison, but today I'm here representing both Unite and the GMB positions as well as Unison. Last year, Portsmouth City Council budgeted for £75,000 to be spent on providing seconded trade union officials. This amount enabled the full-time release from council roles of fully trained specialist union representatives who could dedicate all their allocated time to ensuring that council processes run as smoothly as possible. Union representatives take part in a very wide range of work on behalf of their members, such as formal disciplinaries, grievances and sickness hearings, as well as taking part in a number of other consultations on departmental reorganisations and redundancies. They also play a huge part in facilitating informal discussions and negotiations between members of staff and their managers, and this prevents issues blowing up into formal, very time-consuming processes. There is, as you know, a statutory obligation on the Council as an employer to grant its employees time off for union duties and to consult on a range of issues. Employees also have a right to have a trade union rep accompany them to those formal hearings. And in theory, this can be done via the release of individual reps from their day job. But it is far less efficient. Such an ad hoc system has an impact on the day-to-day running of the council services, as time off will inevitably have to be agreed with line managers who have a service to deliver, and this will result in delays to hearings and other meetings. There may well be additional costs in order to backfill the work of members of staff undertaking their union activities, and your service users will be affected if a member of staff is not available to deal with them because they have been released for their duties. Under the current secondment arrangements, there is no need for time to be spent contacting managers, awaiting authorisation of release, and there's no unreasonable bureaucratic delay searching for an available rep and then coordinating the diaries. Council officers simply contact the seconded officer in the knowledge that their sole responsibility is to be available for meetings on behalf of their members. This benefits Portsmouth City Council administratively and financially, as it enables a smooth process and also enables employees to sooner return to productive work if they are suspended or on long-term sickness, or to be lawfully dismissed without recourse to a tribunal. I think you set me off there with a coughing. I apologise. No, it's okay. I've lost my spot there.
Councillor.
Yeah. The arrangement also benefits council staff, as they know they have a consistent contact with a rep who understands their case and will provide excellent support. The arrangement between the council and trade unions is not a one-way street. The trade unions provide substantial financial input into the running of the City Council trade union branches themselves, including the employment of branch admin staff, case workers, and a provision of printing stationery, and they also act as a fixed point of contact for union members and HR staff. Many of these costs will be shifted back onto the council if there is a move from full-time secondments to individual union representatives fielding calls and dealing with cases. Trade unions also invest heavily in training and supporting their reps on an ongoing basis, and all this contributes to an effective partnership between the union and the employer. Times are extremely hard in terms of local government finance, we know that, we appreciate that, but we believe that this proposal is one which looks easy on paper, but in reality the savings will not be made and the cost will be hidden and shunted back onto already very hard-pressed service budgets, and the proposals may well end up costing the council more in the longer term. We've already been in contact with councillors, putting forward suggestions for a budget cut, and we urge you to reconsider the blanket proposal and engage with us in further discussion on the way forward on this matter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms Gardner. I now call on Ms Penny Foskett. You have 6 minutes and the bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time.
Sorry, would you push? That's lovely.
Sorry. Good afternoon, councillors and members of the public. I'm a retired teacher and member of the public who is very alarmed at the proposed changes and cuts in the indicative budget, particularly with regard to adult social care and public health. In a number of cases of proposed reviews, remodels and non-replacement of vacant posts, the council suggests there will be no impact on service users, or the service will be...
Sorry, Peter, could you get another microphone, because she's sounding a bit like Darth Vader there, sorry. And I can't hear her, sorry.
I'm probably speaking too loud.
No, you were, just I couldn't hear you properly. Thank you. Sorry, Peter, just allow the time again. Yes, please, sorry.
Okay.
I wanted to hear you.
Good afternoon, councillors and members of the public. Is that better? No. I'm too loud. Good afternoon, councillors and members of the public. I'm a retired teacher and member of the public who is very alarmed at the proposed changes and cuts in the indicative budget, particularly with regard to adult social care and public health. In a number of cases of proposed reviews, remodels and non-replacement of vacant posts, the council suggests there will be no impact on service users, or the service will be provided in a different way. It's naive, in my opinion, to think that the same service can be provided by fewer staff. We can read every day in the news of the difficulties and stresses on carers and social care staff. But as the number of older residents rises, the council is expecting the same or less staff to do more. Not possible, I believe, a disaster waiting to happen. Alternatively, as with the huge cuts to the drugs and alcohol service of £346,000, there is a hope that the slack will be taken up by the NHS. As the document says, the impact has been assessed as fewer people with substance misuse and alcohol problems will receive treatment. There is a risk that this will impact elsewhere in the system, e.g. increased pressure on children's social care, the NHS, police and criminal justice system, section 047. Living near Waverley Road, currently infamous with both the police and the drugs and alcohol service, I'm well aware of what happens if people lack vital support. But is the local NHS well placed to provide this support? We know that there is currently a big strain on our local GPs, and the A&E Department of QA is often in crisis. But what of the future? The government is proposing sustainability and transformation plans in areas across the country. These are aimed to plan health and care over the next few years. Our area of Hampshire and the Isle of Wight is apparently aiming to make savings of £577 million over the next 5 years. But these plans, which could have a massive impact on Portsmouth health and social care, have not yet been shared or consulted on with the general public. Councillor Luke Stubbs said at the Health and Wellbeing Board meeting recently that it was important that the public has the opportunity to express its views. He has asked Healthwatch to coordinate the process. I attended last week's Healthwatch meeting to see if I could discover more about these plans. But whilst Healthwatch would like to be involved in consultation, they don't believe they should have the primary responsibility to do so, and indeed do not have the resources to do so. It seems that this poison chalice is being passed backwards and forwards. Hundreds of people have signed a petition expressing their concern at this lack of consultation. And this is calling on the Council to publish these STP plans in full on the Council website, including all the appendices, the risk registers and the impact assessments, so that we can all see the impact on our local services. How can the Council consider making these huge cuts to social care, nearly £2 million in total, at the same time as there appears to be huge cuts coming to the NHS locally as well? We already face a crisis locally in the NHS, and these proposed cuts to social care will throw that into crisis as well. Yet these two are inextricably linked. Part of the problem at QA is because of the lack of social care available to discharge vulnerable patients. How can you consider making this situation worse? It appears the Council hopes to get away with cuts to health prevention services and social care by passing these services to the NHS, whilst I believe the NHS is hoping to make huge savings by shifting more prevention and social care to the community and therefore the Council. The buck is being passed back and forth with us poor residents in the middle. Yet no one is placing the blame on the real culprits in this mess, the government. As the document says, central government have cut £68 million from Portsmouth City Council in the last 6 years, 44% of funding. What are our Tory councillors and MPs doing to say to their government, this is outrageous, you're cutting the lifeblood of our citizens and hitting at the most vulnerable? To sum up, I therefore call on the Council to begin a full and comprehensive consultation over the STP plans with the people of Portsmouth. Until then, they should not sign off the plans as a stakeholder and should oppose their implementation until there has been full consultation and a consensus reached. In addition, I ask the Council to postpone these proposed cuts in social care and public health until there is a full picture of the implications of the STP for Portsmouth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms Foskett. That now brings us to the end of the deputations. May I ask that if you wish to remain and watch the rest of the meeting that you retire to the public gallery. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Number 5, members' appointments. I'm aware of one committee membership change set out on the green sheet. Is this agreed by members? Agreed? Okay, thank you. Number 6, urgent business. I have not received notices of any urgent businesses for today's meeting. Item number 7, forward plan mission. The Council is simply required to note the matter referred to under item 7 on the agenda. So we've noted that. Items 8 and 9, recommendations from the Cabinet held on the 8th of December in respect of items 8 and 9. Note the item 10, review budget savings, will be dealt with separately after these two items in view of different arrangements for dealing with them. With that item. Members, the recommendations of the Cabinet which met on the 8th of December have been previously circulated and they are also attached to the green sheet for ease of reference. I now propose to call the... if you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. So I call minute number 62, Revenue Budget, Monitoring 2016 to 17, second quarter to the end of September 2016.
Opposed, Lord Mayor.
Opposed, thank you. Yes, Leader, would you like to open up, please?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. As you'll see before you today, we've got the third quarter budget monitoring report, which went before Cabinet last week. And I have to say that, you know, this is the coming towards the culmination of our second budget as an administration. And this budget report before you today actually there's a lot of information contained in here, but it's also about the journey that this takes you on. When we became the administration in June 2014, both adults and children's services, two of the most critical functions of this council, were overspending by just under £5 million a year. I'm pleased to confirm that in this report before you today, you will see that there is a predicted overspend in adult social care coming down from £2.4 million to around £600,000, and that is the outturn that we're currently looking at. And with children's social care, an overspend from £2.7 million coming down to £454,000. That is just over £1 million overspend, as opposed to almost £5 million that we had some 24 months ago. Where we are now is that we are looking at, this time next year, being in a position where both of those critical areas of the council are living within the budget set to them by the cash limits that we are hoping will be approved today in Appendix A of the main budget report before us. So really, from my perspective, it's to say thank you to the finance team, to the social care teams, both adults and children's, and to the two Cabinet members involved for the tremendous job that they've done, and to really note the stark contrast of where we were 2 years ago to where we are now, and the fact that the council is now going to be acting as a responsible employer and service provider, public service provider, in returning a balanced budget with excellent services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leader. Have you got a seconder, Leader, for that? Councillor Fleming, thank you. There's no amendments to be proposed or seconded, so now it's open for debate. Councillor Fleming, please.
Yeah, I'll certainly keep it brief, Lord Mayor, but it's really, like I say, I opposed it to put it into context for the budget for next year, in that there has been a real achievement in this year's budget. You know, service directors, the Chief Executive, Chief Finance Officer have all been really focused on delivering a balanced budget. One of the things that I found most frustrating when I first looked at the budgets is there were just so many that were overspent in one area, underspent in another, and it was really difficult to actually determine what the financial position of the council is. But now, what we've got in front of us for this financial year, 2016-17, the key figure for me is that we have a zero variance against budget, 0%. We're used to seeing 1, 2, 3% variances. Businesses could not operate on that basis, and this council couldn't carry on operating on that basis. So it's a real testament to the hard work that's being done. It's not an easy financial situation that we find ourselves in, but there has been huge efforts put into it, not just to bring in a balanced budget, but where possible to protect frontline services, but also services that had been highlighted to be removed in previous budgets. We've worked to find additional funding to actually preserve those frontline services as well. So, you know, in conclusion, it's just a bit of a pointer to where we are in this particular financial year, and to say that it's a huge step forward that's been made, even though there is a small overspend of a few £1,000s left to find, but we do have 3 or 4 months left to do that, and considering where we've come from the beginning of the financial year in April, I'm absolutely certain that the administration will be balancing the budget in its entirety come the end of the financial year. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fleming. Members, anybody else want to... Councillor Vernon Jackson, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor, and I'd like to add my congratulations to the officers for working so hard on this budget. It's good to see that, that this administration is following the example that we set in I think 9 years out of the 10 years I was leader. We produced an underspend at the end of the year and therefore put money back into the reserves. In the first year of the Conservative administration, of course, a lot of that money that we'd saved was spent. So I'm glad to see that this administration is learning financial prudence from the previous administration.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stubbs, please.
Say anything, but I have to take issue with that, I think. Well, it's not. Because the most
through me, please, Councillor. Thank you.
The most important paragraph in this report, Lord Mayor, is paragraph 7.7, where it talks about the level of reserves. Because, you know, the level of spending, overspending and underspending in different portfolios, you can't just look at that, because you have to take into account the level of contingency set aside in the budget as well. But the truth of it always comes out in the reserves. Have the reserves gone down or up? Well, a fact of it was, a few years ago, the reserves, you know, when I say a few years ago, I mean 2010, the reserves were at this level and have fallen since. And I'm pleased to report that it's now increasing back up. And it needs to do that because reserves aren't just about having money and not spending it and keeping it. Reserves are about providing a shock absorber to this council. If you look around this country, the local authorities in real trouble, they are the ones which haven't been doing this with no reserves at all. And some of them are in a complete crisis. And there are many which are drawing down reserves at a horrifying rate. Hampshire County Council this year is planning on drawing down £84 million from reserves. Just think about that for a moment, £84 million. Now, I know obviously it's a bigger authority, it's about 7 times the size. Divide 84 by 7, 12 million. If we were drawing down £12 million of reserves, we'd be bust already. So I think it is a positive in these outturns here. As I said, the reserves have gone up. The portfolio reserves are effectively stable. There's been a slight movement down, but it's £1,500 out of £5.5 million. That's no change. It's nearest you're ever going to get to no change. I think there's a lot of good news.
Thank you, Councillor Stubbs. Any other members? No? Okay now. So I'd ask the leader to propose it to sum up, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. As you can see before you in the recommendations, 3 main recommendations: that the overspend of £418,600 before the forecast transfer to the ring-fence public health, an overspend of £33,000 after the forecast transfer from the portfolio reserve for public health again, and then members note that the actual overspend at year end will in the first instance be deducted from portfolio specific reserve balance, and once depleted then deducted from the 2017-18 cash limit, and that directors in consultation with the appropriate cabinet member consider options that seek to minimise any forecast overspend presently being reported and prepare strategies outlining how any consequent reduction to the 17-18 portfolio cash limit will be managed to avoid further overspending in 2017-18. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leader. We will now need to go to a vote. So, all those in favour, please, the cabinet, please show. Thank you. Any against?
It's unanimous.
Anybody? No. Okay. Any abstains? No. Okay. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 9, members. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. So I call minute 63, new sports and leisure contracts, prudential borrowing requirement. Opposed by Councillor Bosher. Leader, would you like to move that, please?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Again, this is a report that came to Cabinet last week on the 8th of December. And I would just like to take a moment here to say a sincere well done and congratulations to Councillor Linda Symes and to the procurement team and to the team in the Culture and Leisure Department. This is an outstanding piece of work, and you will remember that we said when we became the administration 2 years ago that we were absolutely committed and focused to ensuring that we did not sit back and take any government cut that may come our way, but that we were going to go out, generate new income, but also look at what we're currently spending and the assets of the council that we own to make sure that we're getting the most income from them that we can. This today, Lord Mayor, is one of the efficiency savings contained within the main budget report at item 10. The Culture and Leisure team, headed up by Councillor Linda Symes, had a good, long, hard look at the Parkwood contract, the company that were running the Mountbatten Centre for us, amongst many other facilities around the city. And they asked us for an increased subsidy. I think we were paying them somewhere around £590,000 a year to run these facilities for us. And they came to us and said, we need more money. And Councillor Symes and her excellent team used their gut instinct. They had a really good look around. They visited other cities, other towns. They've worked incredibly hard to look at what value for money they could drive through council assets and buildings. And they took the bold decision to go out and re-tender that contract and to serve notice to that leisure provider. And I'm delighted to announce that this council will not be paying £590,000 per year. It won't even be paying £100,000 a year. Instead, this council will start to receive income from a new leisure provider, BH Live, who are now running this site, or will be running this site, I think, from the 1st of February. Councillor Symes will be able to confirm that. But honestly, this is about when people misinterpret the 9 million as all being a cut. It's not about cuts. When we talk about efficiencies, this is efficient. This is a better contract being run in a way that doesn't cost us money, but actually generates us an income, a percentage of those profits. And that's what we are doing for the people of Portsmouth. And by the money that Councillor Symes has saved there, she's keeping all the libraries open, and she's adding to all those other vital things, such as museums around the city, to ensure that her portfolio goes from strength to strength. So, Lord Mayor, I'm absolutely delighted to propose today, that came through the Cabinet, the new sports leisure contract prudential borrowing requirement of £2.4 million, which will go towards a new reception area being built at the Mountbatten Centre to help generate the new income of the profit they'll be paying us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder, Leader, to that at all, please? Yeah. Councillor Stubbs, second that. So the matter is now before members for debate. Councillor Bowsher, first of all. Sorry, Councillor Bowsher, because he objected. Oh. Okay, Councillor Vernon-Jackson, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Can I add my congratulations in terms of this contract? I think it's a very good contract and one that we support. In the same way that the Council often reviews contracts over time, it's the right thing to be doing. In our time administration, we looked, for instance, at the contract collecting rubbish, and we were able to bring that contract in at £1 million a year less than the previous contract, but keeping the service going. So this is absolutely the right thing to do, and my congratulations to BH Live. I think also it's interesting to see the model that we've followed here, which is the model from the pyramids, that we brought BH Live in to run the pyramids, and we'd put money that council borrowed into investing into the pyramids to do it up. I'm glad to see that that model that we introduced is now being followed for the rest of the council with the leisure facilities, and that's a very good thing. So my congratulations to all involved.
Thank you. Councillor Bowsher, did you want to? No? Okay. Councillor Fleming, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We've just heard from the previous Leader of the Council that this is following the model that was used with the pyramids. I'm stunned because it's actually the complete opposite. What it is, this council is going to be investing £2.4 million in the Mountbatten Centre. But not one penny of that money can be spent without authorisation from this council. When the previous Leader was running the council and did a deal with a company to run the pyramids, we became a guarantor on a private loan for a private company. We had absolutely no say at all how that money was spent, zero. And it is no surprise that huge sums of it were completely wasted, because there were no checks and balances, none. What this deal does, this puts the council back in control of our money. That is the key thing. It was getting out of hand under the previous administration. Companies knew that. They knew there was a complete lack of business acumen, and they took advantage of it. And it wasn't just at the pyramids. There were plenty of examples of that. So for the previous leader to stand up and say that this is replicating the model that operated at the pyramids, which we all know ended up in a huge black hole with millions of pounds being poured into from taxpayers' funds, this is the complete opposite. This is about managing taxpayers' money, it's about managing contractors, and it's actually about holding them to account for the public money that they will be spending. I just can't believe that the leader had the audacity to try and stand up and say it's the same thing, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Linda Symes, please.
Can't see any members of BH Live using their card, their council card, to go into a lap dancing club. But going on from that, we looked at the company involved to make sure they were solvent. Now their profits are their turnover is 36 million. Their assets are 23 million. And it's not just about money, it's about the health outcomes that this will bring. The fact that it will be affordable, the fact that if you belong to one of the centres, you belong to 5 or 6 or 7, I think it is. It's the fact that we have a city where there's a lot of low-income families who cannot afford to go to the gym. And the success at the pyramids, since BH Live have been there, in pulling in 3,500 members from a standing start and offering affordable gym and swim and other services from actually less than £25. I think this is a story about us looking to the future of our city and trying to keep people out of the health service. It's trying to keep them fit and healthy. It's trying to help them stop smoking. It's trying to help them look after themselves, which I think is so important. I mean, this contract, in going to see any of the facilities, I mean, there was an offer for people to be able to speak to BH Live last night, which very few people took up. But the point is that we've gone to look at those services they provide in other cities. We've seen the difference in the health outcomes they bring. We've seen the difference in the membership. One of their facilities, called Little Down, has 10,000 members. It's full day and night of people who actually want to actively get fit but can't afford £42 a month. So I think you were a bit disingenuous in comparing it to the pyramids. That money never got paid back. The taxpayer of the city, it cost them millions, and not a penny was returned. So no due diligence was done in that instance, and I think we've made absolutely sure this is a belt and braces job, delivering on all fronts for the people of this city.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Whittington, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I think it's interesting. Councillor Fleming brought up the situation. He seems to have forgotten about who we as the Liberal Democrats put in to run the pyramids before we left office most recently. And I think one thing that we've always said is that you learn from your mistakes. And yes, Councillor Fleming did say about what had happened before.
Members,
Councillor
please.
Fleming did say about what had happened before, but then we went to BH Live. And that contract, as Councillor Symes has just said, has been the model for why we trust now BH Live to then run the greater part of our leisure services across the city. And I think that's the really key point. What we've already heard today about about item 8 was about things that we have put in train and the current administration that continues. What we've had here is we did a marker for BH Live and the current administration that continued. The rest of the things that were run by Parkwood, of course, they will run together. And again, as many people will know, if you use the gyms, under Parkwood, you can use the Mountbatten Centre, you can use Wimbledon Park, you can use Charter Sports Centre, etc. Altogether, that's expanding what you can use, and that's going better and better. But I really do think that what we've heard so far today is the current administration is nothing really new. It's about continuing the work that we did when we were there. And so I think that really should be a bit of humility from them to actually say, because I very rarely hear from the administration now about the good work we did, and that actually things we did in administration they're using as a springboard to go from. So I really do think that's clear. I would just finally say I'm really pleased about BH Live. I do remember I was in this chamber, unlike Councillor Fleming, and there was great disquiet from members on the Conservative benches about BH Live. They were talking about, oh, it's run by another council, it's owned by another council. Oh, we're really concerned they would have sway over one of our assets. That was something I recall. There were members of the Conservative group who made those things. I'm really pleased that those... My Lord Mayor, I've been accused of making things up. I would ask for an apology.
Is there an apology there, Councillor? No. Councillor Whittington, please,
thank you,
members.
my Lord Mayor. I will put on record that was definitely the case. I have recall of that meeting, and there was at least some members of the Conservative group who raised that as issues about handing over an asset of this City Council to a company that is a spin-off of another borough council, another unitary authority. That happened. I was in that meeting, Councillor Fleming. You were not. Therefore, my recall.
Can I remind members that if you do wish to speak, there is a democratic way of putting your hand up and going rather than talking over another councillor. Sorry, Councillor Whittington. Please carry on.
Thank you very much. But I put on record my congratulations to Councillor Symes and all her officers for getting this through. I think it's an excellent thing for the city. It's something that will go on for long into the future. I think it's a model that we can support, and we should go on and use that to make the most of our leisure assets. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
In order 39B, Lord Mayor, just to explain that while I may not have sat in the chamber when I wasn't a member of the council, as many members of the council know, I used to sit watching it at home. And like I say, that's the justification. No, I know. I was actually working at the time, Councillor Ferret, but yes, that's the justification for me making the comment that I did, because I do actually watch the meetings.
Thank you for putting the record straight. Councillor Ferret, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just like everyone else, I wasn't going to speak on this. But mentioning the pyramids, you know what that's going to do to me. And I don't think it's ever wise to implore the pyramids as an example of prudent management of resources and good workings of the council, because we all know it was an absolute disaster and may well continue to be, because I've stood here before and spoken about the deal that we have on the pyramids, which still leaves the council with some enormous liabilities in terms of if anything goes wrong with the infrastructure. We know that many parts of the pyramid's infrastructure is very old and coming up to its natural life, and we are on the hook for that as a council. We could potentially have to find millions of pounds in order to deal with that. So my view hasn't changed in terms of what we should have done with the pyramids and what we should do with it in the future, but I do recognise that in terms of the operator in there at the moment, that has delivered a better running of the service than we had before. But we mustn't forget the liabilities we have. And from that, a question does arise, and it does arise for the administration, and maybe the council leader can address it in her reply, and that's just in terms of this deal that we now have for the other facilities. Are they similar to the pyramids in terms of the council's responsibility for infrastructure and things for going wrong, or is it an improvement on that deal that we have with the pyramids?
Thank you, Councillor Ferret. Councillor Hunt, welcome. Have you got any declarations of any interest at all, Councillor?
Sorry for late arrival, Lord Mayor, and no, I haven't. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So nobody else wants to speak on this. I'll ask Leader to sum up, please. Leader, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm just going to reflect on some of the conversation about the pyramids because, you know, it is being run by BH Live, same company that we are looking to go out and borrow £2.4 million prudential borrowing to support the development of the, as I say, reception area at the Mountbatten Centre. So I think it is prudent just to pause on BH Live for a minute. And just the points that Councillor Winnington's just made. The previous administration did, in fact, end the fraudulent contract with South Sea Community Leisure Limited, but only after myself and Conservative colleagues insisted that a full and thorough audit was carried out. And that was after I was whistleblowed to, and so was Councillor Fleming when he was still on the council at that point, about the fraudulent use of council money, that money that was a loan, that this council stood guarantee to, that company defaulted on, that this council ended up paying, by the way. And that was that amongst the, I think it was a £1.5 million loan, it might have been more than that actually, but anyway, one of the things they were supposed to have purchased, and an invoice came into our finance department for us to release some money to them, was for the purchase of TV screens. I think it was something like 11 TV screens for the gym. The invoice came in and the council was processing it. I think we may have even paid it. The TV screens were never installed, Lord Mayor. And that goes along with the lap dancing club invoice that also came in on the invoice from them as well. So anyway, you can see that, yes, the contract was brought to an abrupt end because the company were effectively trading insolvent and had no money and had a loan, which, as I say, we stood guarantee to. And then we actually had to pick up the pieces when the company then folded, which was all predictable. And our excellent officers in this council told the previous administration not to go ahead with this company because their business plan was literally written on the back of a fag packet. I think even that's being slightly generous. Yes, we did force that internal audit. We did force that emergency investigation. It did then result in an excellent company being brought forward, which I hasten to add, BH Live, was a recommendation of our excellent officers, not a company, BH Live, sourced by the previous administration before Councillor Willington tries to take more credit for that. However, the word humility was used. I think that's a good one. And actually, credit to Councillor Vernon Jackson. He's given us credit for the good work here. I'm going to give him credit. They did save money on the waste contract. So I'm going to be humble and say, yep, fair enough. You know, credit where credit's due, Lord Mayor. I don't want to seem as if I'm being unreasonable. Anyway, finally, Lord Mayor, two recommendations, or 2.11 and 2.12, that the currently approved capital programme 15-16 to 2021 is updated to include the capital scheme sports and leisure facilities investment at an estimated cost of around £2.4 million, and that secondly, following completion of a comprehensive financial appraisal approved by the Director of Finance and Section 151 officer, demonstrating that the additional reduction in cost arising from the investment can significantly exceed the associated borrowing costs over the life of the contract, and that the cost of the scheme be financed from prudential borrowing. In other words, we will get that money back, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. We now go to the vote on the Cabinet's recommendation. So all those in favour, please show. Thank you. Are there any against? Abstentions? No. Okay, thank you very much. So we're moving, that's been carried. So moving on to the final Cabinet item today is item number 10, to receive and consider the recommendations of the Cabinet regarding the revenue budget saving proposal. Members, as mentioned earlier, the recommendations of the Cabinet, which met on the 8th of December, have been previously circulated, and that they are also attached to the green sheet for ease of reference. The relevant budget report was circulated with the Council agenda. Number one, further to the letter of the 5th of December on the procedure for dealing with this budget meeting and the budget debate, I will now call on the minute number relating to the Cabinet's recommendation, pausing for any members' objections. So number 2, if there are any objections, the recommendations will be approved in accordance with Standing Order number 28. If the item is objected to, it will be presented for debate. So I call minute 64, Revenue Budget 2017 to 18, saving proposals.
Opposed, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So as objections have been raised, the Leader of the Council, Councillor Jones, will need to move the Cabinet's recommendations on the revenue budget. Just to remind members that the speaking limit does not apply to group leaders on the revenue budget item, and that's in Standing Order 38 refers. So, Leader, I now call on you to move the Cabinet's recommendations with a seconder, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. In terms of the annual City Council budget 2017-18, Today, I present to you and members of the City Council the Administration's financial proposals, our budget, for the financial period covering the 1st of April 2017 to the 31st of March 2018, otherwise known as our revenue budget. Today I'm going to set out for you 5 things. Firstly, the technical and legal position of the City Council in setting its budget. Secondly, the administration's strategy for income generation to offset a spending reduction from central government. Thirdly, the background to the budget 2017-18. Fourthly, the savings proposals in Appendix B. And fifth, the Voluntary Sector Transition Fund amended proposals. When setting the budget of the City Council, we must be mindful of the technical and legal responsibility placed upon us as democratically elected members of this authority. We, as the employer, must think of our staff and the citizens which we represent, which includes continuing to protect the most vulnerable in society, something the administration places a great deal of importance on. Through statute of law, it is a legal requirement for all councils to set a balanced budget each year. The budget must be set by the 31st of March to take effect on the 1st of April at the start of the new financial year in the United Kingdom. Our responsibility, in broad terms, is a simple one. We must set a budget that is in line with the totality of our own funding. In other words, our in-year income needs to be equal or more to our in-year expenditure. Some councils across the UK are struggling to meet this basic legal requirement, having fought the austerity programme for 6 years. Thankfully, we have taken a proactive and pragmatic attitude to our changing circumstances as a unitary authority in England. So today, we will set out for you a budget that aims to protect vital public services for both the short and long term for the people of this great city. We, the Conservative administration, have been supported again this year by one of the 3 political parties in Portsmouth. UKIP councillors have demonstrated they clearly grasp the seriousness of the setting of the budget. We have received ideas, comments, feedback and suggestions from the UKIP group, and we would like to place on record our thanks to all of them. It is also right and proper to put on record our thanks to the City Council's 2 independent councillors who have demonstrated their commitment to Portsmouth, the city, above their own political desires, of which we also say thank you. This has improved beyond doubt the document you have before you today to ensure it is achieving the needs of citizens from all corners of our city, and we value the opinions of our colleagues. The legal position. The first task in setting a budget is to know the income and expenditure required. The Council's income position is derived from a number of areas. The most obvious source of income is council tax. In the City of Portsmouth, we have a low tax base, and this is to our detriment. We are a relatively small city physically, and our space per head of population makes us the most densely populated city in the United Kingdom outside of London. This affects our income, with too few homes and limited space for business expansion. Our council tax income is £65 million per year, which is paid by some 80,000 households from Portsdown Hill to Southsea Seafront. We retain 49% of our business rates under the current government rules, which is the equivalent to £44 million per year. All councils receive a revenue support grant from the government, and in Portsmouth, along with other ring-fenced government grants, we receive around £50 million per year. This is the element of local government funding that will be disappearing to be replaced by 100% business rate retention in 2020. So in total, we have £221 million of non-ring-fence spending. However, £44 million of which is referred to as committed spending. This means it has already been spent or allocated in advance, for example, to debt repayment costs or to fund our pension obligations, to pay levies or to allocate money to contingent spending. So when deducting our committed spend, we are left with a gross controllable spend of £177 million. £60 million of that figure is gross income, which comes from charges such as port fees, adult social care contributions, parking income and rents from properties. This leaves a revenue pot of some £117 million. The task before us today is to set a budget with a reduced dependency of £9 million from our revenue pot. However, any new income we create, such as the income generated from the Property Investment Fund, will offset the reduction in spending. I now want to move on to the income generation strategy and efficiencies. I'm delighted to report to you, Lord Mayor, that after the third year of running the administration, we have made income generation a top priority. We have set a clear mandate to the directors and the chief executive, as we did the previous year, that we want you to create more income. We want you to ensure we are getting the maximum return from our assets. This was aided by the creation of the Property Investment Fund in 2015, supported by this chamber. It has enabled us to appoint a specialist surveyor to source opportunities for us. We have set up a development company and we are seeking new partners to work with us either through joint ventures or acquisitions to maximise our returns. In fact, this income generation strategy implemented by this administration is now part of the medium-term financial strategy that is before you today. We have borrowed money cheaply, around 2.8%, and purchased commercial property across the UK. On average, the yield, or rent return on those properties, is between 6.5% to 7%. Once you take off the borrowing costs, what is left is the profit. It is this profit that we are generating and spending on services that would otherwise be at risk, such as libraries, museums and weekly bin collections. I'm delighted to inform you, Lord Mayor, that of the £9 million saving requirement before you today, we have managed to raise £1.4 million of new income to mitigate the cut, as well as making a huge saving by driving efficiencies through the organisation and by the rescheduling of old debt, saving the City Council a total of £6.7 million per year. In the last 2.5 years, we have created over £3.3 million of brand new income, which we already know will increase to over £5 million over the next 12 months. This is a staggering contrast to the past and previous administrations who failed to think outside of the box and instead addressed their savings targets by short-sighted political decisions such as closing public toilets. We have worked hard using the business acumen the Conservative administration has to make sure short-sighted cuts such as closing toilets doesn't happen again. By creating income, we have mitigated the cuts to council spending to just £900,000, meaning over £8.1 million is coming through income generation and efficiency savings. This has never been done before, and I'm proud that this administration is setting those positive behaviours. Lord Mayor, there are around 42 cities in the United Kingdom, and Portsmouth City is proposing the lowest cut in the country. Why? Because we're being entrepreneurial. The aim and the aspiration of this council for its citizens are to be prepared for what's coming ahead. We know the government's revenue support grant is disappearing. Therefore, we must ensure we are a forward-thinking council with a proactive and ambitious appetite for income generation, business growth and to fulfil the promise that we made to the people of Portsmouth when we became the administration 2.5 years ago. That promise was to transform this seaside city into a 21st century city and establish Portsmouth as an international destination and one which takes control of its own destiny. Hence, Portsmouth plc goes from strength to strength. Through our resources portfolio, we have set up a new energy management company. This company is investing in PV cells, installing them on buildings to generate electricity at a profit to the council and to the company that they are working with. Thanks should be given to the Cabinet member and the staff who have worked diligently in this area. Moving on to culture and leisure. We've heard about the income generated through the Mountbatten contract of being awarded to BH Live. £592,000 we were paying them, and now we're better off to the tune of potentially £800,000 a year when you take into consideration the income it will generate. grounds maintenance contract, the English landscapes contract is coming to an end, and Councillor Symes has a plan to bring that contract back in-house, therefore generating the council in excess of £200,000 per year saving. Again, not reducing the service, working in a different way, and that's part of our efficiency savings. We've also introduced a systems intervention programme where we are going through the council looking at the processes that we have undertaken for many years, particularly in the areas of adult social care and children's social care. Some of these old and antiquated processes are there because of the different changes in government legislation. In adult social care and public health, somewhere upwards of 200 different changes in legislation over the last 20 years have meant we have a very disjointed and fragmented process from someone being referred to at the council to receiving their treatment programme. And therefore, by having an intervention, we are taking out the waste in the system. We are therefore driving greater efficiencies without reducing in any way the frontline service to the public. Partnership working is very important to us, Lord Mayor, and you will know over the last year we have introduced shared arrangements with both Gosport Borough Council and the Isle of Wight Borough Council. Gosport Borough Council now benefits from our Chief Executive, our Finance Director and our City Solicitor playing the same roles for Gosport, and our excellent Finance Director also being the Finance Director for the Isle of Wight Council. You could say that financially we're leading the way in the Solent. We're also working with Southampton City Council and have recently appointed a new shared Director of Public Health. We also have a new shared emergency planning manager. And we're also driving efficiencies through the organisation by working with Hampshire County Council and Southampton City Council for a shared Hampshire adoption agency. And of course, the excellent building control partnership continues with Fareham. We have started this journey and we are achieving new and amazing things. Every day we are humbled by the sincere feedback and gratitude we receive from the general public. We have benefited from the growth in the economy. We have benefited from low interest rates in the UK, in fact one of the longest periods on record for interest rates. We have amended our Treasury management policy to ensure we are maximising our income from the lending of money to financial institutions for longer periods of time. I now want to go through the background of the budget 2017-18 with you, Lord Mayor. We now know where we are headed, but it is also key when making decisions, as we are today, to understand where we have come from. Over the last 6 years, since the start of the austerity programme, we have seen reductions in government funding of £68 million to this council. Inflation has cost this council £15 million in contracts and service costs and an additional £10 million in budget pressures, mainly in adult social care. In total, Portsmouth has seen a reduction in our controllable spend of around £86 million and an increase in council tax of around £7 million. Our budget consultation has been a real success again this year and has hit high levels of engagement with the public. Both the Chief Finance Director and myself actively engage with members around the city, such as engaging with neighbourhood forums and also with the business community. The reason why? Because we are not playing at consulting, we are doing it properly, giving full information, sharing our thoughts in advance and not fearing retribution from political opponents, but allowing the people of Portsmouth to have their say, to learn more about their council and by being open and transparent, much the same as allowing these council meetings to be filmed, one of the first actions you'll recall we took in 2014. Our budget is predicated on a 1.99% council tax increase and a 2% increase for adult social care precepting. Due to previous Liberal Democrat administrations freezing council tax, our income from council tax is below par. In fact, it is over £6 million less than the average of our comparators, such as Southampton City Council. We have to start to address this in a managed way. It's the only way to protect public services for the long term. The majority of residents would support a council tax increase. We know this following the budget consultation. We inherited a budget with a £120,000 gap for school crossing patrols. In February 2013, the Liberal Democrat cabinet member with responsibility for traffic and transport wanted to cut the school crossing patrol budget by £200,000. £80,000 of that saving was made pretty much immediately, but the remainder we have halted. We disagree with the Liberal Democrat strategy of reducing school crossing patrols. This is a valuable service and one that we are protecting. This is a service that protects the lives of many children across the city, and we have addressed this by giving extra income to the traffic and transport budget this year, literally last month, and we are very proud of this. Education remains our #1 priority. Over the last year, Councillor Young and I have met with head teachers across the city to discuss how we can help them. The recruitment of STEM subject teachers is still a challenge, and so, Lord Mayor, I'm pleased to confirm that Councillor Neil Young and I have worked with our education team to arrange STEM recruitment events to attract some of the most skilled teachers across the UK to come and live and work in Portsmouth. The first event was held at the Bar Building earlier this year, and it was a huge success. We highlighted the uniqueness of our city, the journey we are on, and how we are determined to have outstanding schools in Portsmouth. You may recall, Lord Mayor, that this time last year I set a challenge. Who would be the city's first outstanding secondary school? Well, I would like to thank and congratulate St Edmund's School for achieving an outstanding rating by Ofsted earlier this year. Well done to everyone involved. They have done an outstanding job and they are an outstanding school. And if they can do it, everyone in the city can. We believe in putting our money where our mouth is and actually delivering on ideas and not just talking about them. And so the creation of the city's first UTC, University Technical College, opening in September 2017 is amazing news for the city's young people. Libraries are public places and a service that we and the public love and value. And that's why I'm delighted that we are not closing any libraries in this city. In fact, whilst hundreds of councils across the country are closing libraries, we are adding to them. How? By making them income generating. The excellent initiative of our Cabinet member, Councillor Symes, and her team has seen the opening of Waterfront Gifts at Southsea Library. This shop is turning over £10,000 a month already, and it's in its 4th month of trading. Sexual health services in Portsmouth are delivered by both Portsmouth City Council and our Portsmouth Clinical Commissioning Group through GP support and through the NHS Trust. Portsmouth City Council is entering into a joint contract with Southampton and Hampshire County Councils, along with 7 CCGs across the county, which is ensuring that the highest risk users can receive face-to-face support and care. Residents requiring support from drug and alcohol services will now be cared for by the Society of St James. This was a service being delivered by Portsmouth City Council direct, and we have tendered the contract, which started on the 1st of November. The service is not equal to the City Council service. It is, in fact, a better service with a higher number of support hours offered to service users. This will save over £1 million over the next 3 years. So yet again, Lord Mayor, an example of that efficiency saving. It's not a cut, it's a better contract for less money, because believe it or not, sometimes the council doing it themselves is not always the best way. Thanks to the growth in the economy and record levels of unemployment, with less than 2,000 people in the city now claiming job seekers allowance, this is good for our city and it's good for the people of Portsmouth. We need to ensure we are helping and supporting people in their journey towards employment and improving their living standards and the outcomes of their lives. More young people, now than ever before, are bettering themselves in our city. Thanks to changes brought in by the Conservative government, all young people leaving school will now go into either employment or further education or an apprenticeship. This is key for a number of reasons. Firstly, it creates new behaviours for those in society that need it most. It shows them the benefits that come from working and having a sense of purpose. It teaches them new things and aids them with the tools that they need to provide for themselves for the long term. As a city, and as individuals, we will reap the benefits of this positive change within the next 10 to 15 years and for the future. I'm pleased to confirm that in the next 12 months, over the last 12 months, this council has continued its partnership with British Cycling. We have introduced family cycle events across the city to aid road safety for children. And we have built and improved cycleways along the Havant Road and improved the Eastern Road. But the major improvement in the city this year has been the east-west connectivity with the build of the Goldsmith Avenue cycle lane. This is following the excellent cycling strategy from the Portsmouth Cycle Forum. We are working on plans to increase the number of cycling highways in the city, especially in areas such as the seafront, when we build those new long-awaited flood defences. The city's growth is dependent in developing inward investment. And I'm pleased to advise you that I was invited to attend an event at the Chinese Embassy with the Chinese Ambassador to Great Britain following China's head of UK and Commerce visiting the city during the America's Cup weekend. I spoke to the head of foreign investment and representatives from the National People's Congress Party about opportunities for inward investment in the Solent area, and I have met with the President of the Bank of China. I have highlighted the opportunities, especially at Dunsbury Hill. They were impressed to hear of the Council's development at Dunsbury Hill, one of the largest and best connected business parks in the south of England. Over 1/3 of that site is now let and occupied, with our new tenant Fatface using it as their European distribution centre. 2 weeks ago, Lord Mayor, the unions requested a staff joint committee meeting following the publication of our budget. The unions explained the impact of the £75,000 cut proposed to them and how this could affect the council. I took on board the comments that Councillor Ferret made during the Employment Committee meeting, and I've looked at the reductions to unions' budgets across the UK in the public sector, namely Labour-run Hull City Council and Labour-run Brighton Council. Both councils have reduced their support by around 50%, and so today we will be committing to reduce the cut from £75,000 to £37,500, reflecting a 50% reduction as opposed to a 100% reduction, as was reflected in the budget. When deciding on the budget proposal in front of you today, we have to decide, first of all, what our political priorities are. You will see in the cash limits proposed in Appendix A, 3 of the lowest reductions are in adult social care, children's social care and community safety. This is the Council clearly demonstrating its political priorities. If we had allocated the savings in a proportionate way, the reductions before you today would have been 4.7% in these key areas. The technical position of the vote today is that, as members of the City Council, we are voting for Appendix A, the cash limits, not Appendix B. Appendix B is indicative and at the discretion of the individual Cabinet members. And finally, before Councillor Vernon Jackson presents the opposition budget, I have a personal ask of him. Please think carefully if you are minded to adopt the approach you did last year by offering up specific job titles and roles by way of funding your budget aspirations. People in this chamber and sat over the road in the civic offices last year sat and heard the devastating news that there was a strong possibility their jobs would be axed if the Liberal Democrat amendment was carried. It caused embarrassment and upset to us as an employer and to those individuals concerned. I received complaints about this and the Chief Executive had to get involved. My request is, please think carefully before you name any individual whose job you are proposing to cut. Finally, Lord Mayor, we have the proposals on page 38 of the report around the Voluntary Sector Transition Fund. You will remember that we put £500,000 aside last year to aid the third sector in Portsmouth, amending and challenging us to be able to run services for us. The constraints of the Voluntary Sector Transition Fund have meant that whilst there have been 4 or 5 applications to it, there is still over £400,000 sat in that fund. And so before you today, on page 38, under recommendation 3.1, you have a proposed change to the conditions and terms of the Voluntary Sector Transition Fund. We believe that this will aid us to help the third sector in Portsmouth easier and quicker. Finally, the Guildhall. We did take on board the very strong feedback we had through the consultation both this year and last year, and people wanted to protect children's services and adult social care and public health, and so therefore grants to cultural services, it was requested, came down, and that therefore reflects a £60,000 cut that you have before you today. So, Lord Mayor, to end, it is with mixed emotions that I propose the budget before you. Sadness in having to make inevitable cuts to public services, but a sense of comfort that some of the savings are mitigated. In fact, the vast majority of the savings are mitigated by income generation and efficiencies. Finally, a massive thank you to Chris Ward, Julian Pike and the brilliant Cabinet for the immense job that they have done in producing this budget over the last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Have you got a seconder, please? Councillor Stubbs. Before I call Councillor Vernon Jackson, just to let members know, after all the group leaders have spoken, I intend to take about a 20 minutes adjournment. Okay? Okay, so I now call the Leader of the Opposition, Councillor Vernon Jackson, to respond, obviously without a time limit. Any amendments will need to be proposed and seconded and then given to me in writing before the amendment is discussed further or put to the meeting. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And there's an amendment standing in my name, which I'm happy for people to see.
So just give us a couple of minutes, can we? Okay, members, ladies and gentlemen, I now call Councillor Vernon Jackson, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Can I start this speech by thanking all the officers and councillors across all parties who spent time producing this budget and the alternative budgets that are going to be presented. I know it's hard work for everybody, so my thanks to everybody. There's much in this budget that is inevitable and things here that can be supported. I think, looking at it, the difference of view between myself and the administration is about 1% of the council budget, or even less. But I think it's right that we look at those differences. Each year, this council has to find £9–10 million worth of savings, and each time the administration produces a budget. That is the right way to do, but it's also right that we look at this and interrogate it. We'll be looking at this budget again in 2 months. And what I hope is that over this next 2 months, the administration will look at some of the ideas that we've produced to look to see if they're able to take on any of those ideas so that the final budget in February could potentially be a budget that everybody supports. So, my Lord Mayor, we've looked at the savings proposals because that's what's in front of us today. And we've looked at the budget and the alternatives and tried to test them against 3 main criteria. We've looked to see if the savings or the additional income can be delivered realistically. We've looked at whether the most vulnerable people in the city are being protected. And we've looked to see if the administration has listened to the views of the residents of Portsmouth. I'm very pleased to see that, as with other administrations, this administration has followed our lead in protecting the budgets of adult social care and children's social care and imposing the lowest levels of savings against them. And my thanks for continuing to do that work. Our amendment looks to do 3 things. To listen to the views of the residents of the city, which I fear have been ignored by this administration. To look to protect the most vulnerable in the city by investing in the lowest paid, in people trying to get residential provision for coming off drugs, for supporting the victims of hate crime, for supporting the families most at risk of homelessness. All these groups are victims of this budget proposed by the administration, and all of these would see the Lib Dems protecting them from some of the nastiest cuts proposed within this budget. Our budget amendment also looks to see whether some of the savings proposed here are really achievable or are just cost shunts to other parts of the council. The huge cuts proposed last year to the school crossing patrols was not deliverable. The proposal for the administration pushed through was a cut of £135,000 to the budget for the school crossing patrol. We voted against that. The administration pushed that through. It was one of the savings listed, and that was in the transport budget. Now, my Lord Mayor, we said at the time, expecting schools to fund that was not realistic. It was unachievable. I'm pleased to see the administration has realised that it wasn't going to work. It didn't work. It was unachievable. And they've had to find the money to change that. But to pretend that that was not their proposal is, I think, Orwellian doublespeak. And I think we should make sure we are very, very, very clear that we are not here yes, I'm terribly sorry, Luke. We should not be following your mate Donald Trump into the area of I think, what's it called? Fake news. It's not fake news.
Thank you.
My Lord Mayor.
Settle down, please. Thank you. Settle through me. Thank you, Councillor.
So, my Lord Mayor, last year, the administration asked for a budget cut to the schools crossing patrol of £135,000. We voted against it. We were right then, and we will continue. But, my Lord Mayor, there are other things in this budget that are also undeliverable in the coming year. In the same way, forcing vulnerable families to become homeless just pushes them back onto the council to provide expensive bed and breakfast provision. The cuts to the unions, which I'm glad to see have been at least partially dropped, will force social services to release managers to do union work they have a legal duty to do, but it'll be the social services budget that pays, not the main council budget. But my thanks to the Leader of the Council for rethinking the cuts to the unions, and I hope we can find a way of getting an agreement on this. The administration has made a great play of the extra income that the City Council has produced, and I'm glad to see them continuing our work to bring cleaning and grounds maintenance back in-house. As I've said before, I applaud the decision to give more work to BH Live, a company our administration bought to Portsmouth, and I continue to support the policy of buying investments for the City Council. I understand there have been concerns expressed by ministers about the use of borrowing from the Public Works Loan Board by councils such as our own. But whilst we are still able to do this, the City Council should continue to do so. Over the last few years, the Council has spent millions on commercial properties all across the country. 14 million in Waitrose in Somerset, 8 million on Matalan in Swindon, and nearly 8 million on a car showroom in Eastleigh. My real disappointment, and I continue to support the strategy, but my real disappointment is that nothing has been spent investing here in Portsmouth. Either to create...
members, can I just remind you, we were quiet when, or people were quiet when leaders spoke, so it's only respectable. It is, Councillor, to hear Councillor Vernon Jackson. Sorry, Councillor Vernon Jackson.
So I think there are lots of opportunities in Portsmouth to invest, and I'd like to suggest just one to the administration. There is a derelict site in the city where planning permission has been given for development both for social housing and for private housing. My understanding is that the housing association concerned has pulled out, and I think that is an area where we could be investing, we could make something happen to bring a derelict area of land back into use and to create homes for local people, both for rent and to buy. I hope that that's the sort of thing that the City Council will look to do in investing. I think just investing in Waitroses in Somerset and Matalans in Swindon is not the right way to go, and we should be investing in creating jobs, wealth and homes here in Portsmouth. My Lord Mayor, I'd like to now take you through our proposal for changes to the cuts proposed in the budget. Any amendment has to be costed by the Director of Finance and approved to make sure it's financially deliverable in the same way as the budget proposed by the administration. And I'm happy to tell you that this amendment has passed both these tests. All amendments are about choices. I know many of the cuts will be things that no councillor will want to do, but our job is to suggest alternatives, which we'll do now. Our budget finds an additional £201,000 by removing just 6 posts in the council. 1 in the strategy unit, 1 in the personnel HR department, reducing support to the leader's office, and by getting some of the directors to share PAs. We've also looked at giving residents parking zones in areas of the city where those residents have voted in a council consultation that this is what they want. And we are looking to improve the overall parking provision for residents. So no area where the residents said they didn't want a scheme gets one. No area where there's been no council consultation gets one. This is about a parking policy that listens to the residents. Currently, we have a piecemeal approach to parking. So residents' parking are introduced in Cosham, but are denied in Southsea. Our view is there should be a policy of listening to local residents, and our amendment does just that. Before some councillors jump up and claim that this is illegal, this policy of listening to local people and giving them parking zones that have been voted for is legal and approved by council officers. So what cuts have we been able to stop? Our budget invests in Southsea. Shops in Southsea are closing, and we think they need support. We would reopen the Southsea Library on Sundays to encourage more people down to the very popular library that we opened in Southsea. I know Conservative colleagues here at the time opposed our decision to move the library down to Palmerston Road, but it's been a huge success and we'll build on that. We're concerned about the proposed cut to the support for governors in schools. The council has often said that good governors are the route to improvements in schools. I know the government have decided to remove the need for parent governors, but we oppose this cut. There's been an overall concern about some of the information provided in the budget. In the same way that the papers extending car parking charges failed to mention that they would cost local residents £50,000 until we found it out and publicised it, the council papers today are not transparent with the facts. Did anyone notice the cut to the Portsmouth Rape Crisis Centre? Did anybody notice the cut to Portsmouth Mediation Services? No, because they're not mentioned. They're hidden. It's not surprising. All it says is cuts to the voluntary sector. Now, I think that is not right. Also, in cut number 21, talking about charges at the cemeteries, the cut says we'll produce more income and charges will rise between 3 and 10%. Actually, the papers we've got show that the rise is between 10 and 27%. So the council is not being honest. So last year, we opposed the closure of the service given to victims of hate crime. Since then, and the vote to leave the EU, there's been a rise in hate crime across the country, and I've had reports of it here in Portsmouth. This council was wrong to turn its back on victims of hate crime last year. Since the referendum, this service is needed more than ever, and we've found £50,000 to bring this service back. The decision of the current administration to continue the work we started on the seawall replacements is absolutely right. And if and when we return to power, we'll continue this work. We do, though, have a different view about Southsea. Alan Cuffley today was up in London pitching to the Environment Agency for funding to replace the Southsea wall. If he gets through that, he then has to pitch to DEFRA to get funding. If we get through that, they have to pitch to the Treasury. And yet here, in this budget, we see another cut to the maintenance of the sea defences in the city. We know that we've had, in the last 2 winters, there have been breaches in the seawall at Southsea. We know it's at the end of its life, and cutting again the budget to maintain that seawall is not sensible and puts people in danger. If we're successful, the seawall will be rebuilt between 2018 and 2020 in Southsea. But before then, until that is happening, we think there needs to be more caution in cutting the budget to defend the seawall. We continue to be concerned about the amount of rubbish dumped on the streets of the city. The Tory tip tax will only make things worse, charging people to go to take their domestic rubbish up to the tip.
Please, councillor, please. No, you can have your say, councillor,
Yeah.
when we're all supposed to say, please. Thank you. No. When we all, there's democratic process, please, councillors.
The Tory tip tax, as proposed by Councillor New, will make things worse. Whatever statistics the administration tries to use, this city is looking grubbier every day. Dumped mattresses, beds, sofas and fridges blight our streets. So we would reintroduce free collection of bulky items for those families on the lowest incomes to try to address and reduce fly tipping. We would also fund the provision of extra bins so that people who want to do the right thing and throw litter away can do so. Everyone recognises nationally there's a crisis in social care. Hospitals are filling up with people that don't need to be in hospital, but who cannot find a bed out in the community or in a nursing home, or else at home supported by home care. All councils are struggling with this, and many of the savings suggested in the budget here are sensible if we're to cope with the cuts in government grant that are happening. Our real concern is in line 40 of the cuts, where another £150,000 is cut from staffing in adult social care without specifying how or what or who. Will this be care workers working in residential homes? Will this be home care workers? Will this be social workers working with people with mental health problems? We just don't know, and we think it is too risky to impose all of this cut. So we're finding £75,000 to put back into the adult social care budget to try to make sure that some of those staff are protected, so services are protected. Colleagues, there's been much discussion about a rise in precept. As I told the Leader of the Council, this has been discussed, and we do not know the level that it might rise to. I'm very happy to welcome things that bring additional money into social services, but my view, and I think the view of many people, is the precept on council tax is the wrong way to do it, particularly for a city like Portsmouth, where we have a low council tax base. It works fine in a very rich area where there's high value properties, but in areas of low value properties it's much more difficult. It seems to me the sensible route to do this is through national taxation, not by pushing it down onto councils. There are also real concerns about the cuts to the detox facilities, and we've tried to find money to be able to invest to allow more residential provision for people who want to come off drugs or alcohol dependencies. If people want to come off these things that cause so much hurt and harm to communities and families, we should be supporting them. The new contract is good, but additional money to provide more residential placements is a sensible thing to be doing. All councillors here are committed to making sure we reduce homelessness in Portsmouth. But the advice we have is that the cut proposed for the tenancy support workers, which is a £50,000 cut, is likely to leave some of the most vulnerable families in the city at real risk of homelessness. The current scheme supports around 50 families a year, either in private or housing association tenancies, to be able to make sure that they keep to their tenancies and don't get thrown out. This proposal is to cut £50,000 out of that £90,000 budget. If families are not able to cope and their tenancies fail, they become homeless, and then they come to us as the council, and we have a duty to house, and we have to put them into emergency accommodation in bed and breakfast, which is an enormous cost to taxpayers. So we're not sure that this is a real saving, because if people's tenancies fail, they'll just end up here. We've found the money to stop this. Any councillor here who supports the administration's budget must be aware that voting to increase homelessness for vulnerable, they are voting to increase homelessness for vulnerable families, but there is an alternative, and they can support our budget to make sure that these families keep the support they need to stay in their homes with their children through this tenancy support. At the last council meeting, we were asked to support a scheme to reduce council tax support to disabled families and those on sickness benefits, and make those families pay more. One of the most heartless bits of this decision was to say that if the City Council was going to owe families less than £2 a week, the Council wouldn't bother to give them the money. So a family owed £1.99 a week would get nothing. How out of touch can we be? For families on very low incomes, that's over £100 a year owed to those families that the Council is going to keep and not give to them. That's 2 meals a week for families. How can this be right? We found the money to stop this cut that targets the most vulnerable in Portsmouth, the sick, the disabled and the poor. Employees working for the City Council are allowed by law to have support from their unions. And I'm very pleased that the Leader of the Council has found some flexibility here. I think our real concern is that instead of having secondees working for the union on grade 6, if those people aren't there, then they're able to call on other union officials and representatives to come and help them. Now, if that person is a manager in social services or working in the dock on the wharfs, and they have to leave their jobs, that's a much more expensive way of the council offering that service, which they have to by law, than having people seconded on grade 6. We all voted at our last meeting to support off the record. But words are cheap and the reality can be different. We think they should be given a 2-year grant of £20,000 a year, either from the main council budget or from the voluntary sector fund, which 18 months after it was set up still has £475,000 left in it, even after Portsmouth Mine has shut down and Off the Record is closing. Now, we put an amendment as part of this to ask, instead of the proposal of the administration, but to ask for a small cross-party group of councillors to look at the criteria for this fund and to come back to the February budget meeting with a cross-party proposal. I hope this finds favour where people can work together. I think it would be useful for colleagues to work particularly with Councillor Hugh Mason, who looked after the last voluntary sector fund of £500,000, which, surprisingly, got to the voluntary and charity sector. The one that we have now is sitting in our bank account 18 months later, almost unspent, and the money hasn't gone to the voluntary and community sector. So I think if we are able to work together, that would be good. We'd also like to fund some extra school crossing patrol officers that could be moved around the city to provide cover when a lollipop lady or gentleman is off sick or couldn't work. Finally, we want to take action on low pay. Work used to be the way out of poverty, but increasingly this is not true in the UK. When we last ran the council, we found money to take the lowest paid workers for this council up to the living wage as defined by the Living Wage Foundation. This we would do again. The legal advice at that time was that we could face legal challenge. That hasn't changed. But there was no legal challenge, it didn't happen, and we were able to make sure that those on the lowest pay were taken up to the living wage. Under this administration, those on the living wage have their wages frozen. Those the lowest paid are the only ones at the council to get no pay increase. This is a disgrace. Under this administration, the rich are getting richer, but the lowest paid are getting poorer, and we can't support that. Budgets are about choices. Our choices are to try to protect some of the most vulnerable residents of the city who are being targeted by this administration. The sick and disabled, those most at risk of homelessness, youngsters and victims of rape who need counselling, those trying to give up drugs and those who are the victims of hate crime. All these groups will see their services cut by this administration, and all of them would see the Lib Dems protecting them. Our choice is to listen to the residents of the city, who voted and said they want residents' car parking in their schemes, and we bring them in, not the piecemeal approach that allows them in Cosham, but not in Southsea. We've seen the Leader of the Council has referred to the applause that she's got and been given for some of the previous budgets. I have to say that the test of that was in the local elections. In May, in the 14 wards of the city, the administration and their allies won 5 of the 14 wards, and 9 wards elected people who are not part of the administration or supporting this budget. So, my Lord Mayor, there are 2 other choices that we've made. This administration has decided to do a deal with the government to cut our grant for the next 4 years. We've signed a deal to say that we accept a lower grant from government for 4 years. It may be that they did this thinking they'd no longer be in power, producing budgets, and it'd be somebody else's problem. But whatever the reason, they've signed this up to us, and we'll see the cuts in council budgets for the next 4 years. But not all councils have done that. The leader of the Conservative Party at the LGA, yes, the Conservative Party at the Local Government Association that represents all councils, did not. He said it was a bad deal for the people of his area, the residents he represented? And he said no. So what's the difference? I think there is a real difference. I think we see here an administration so keen to be close to ministers, they've signed up a deal that will hurt the residents of Portsmouth. We opposed this, and this was pushed through, and the citizens of this city will suffer because party politics here, in this administration, is a higher priority than the good of the people of the city. We voted against this because we know the cuts will flow from this poor decision. There's one other choice we oppose. We want to spend £50,000 on supporting the victims of hate crime, or on stopping our most vulnerable families becoming homeless. When we do our budget, we look to cut specific things to produce additional income, and one of these we chose to look at last year and again this year is the cost of support for the Leader's Office. The cost this year has increased by £10,000. I'm amazed at why this cost has gone up, and we oppose it because we think the people of the city who are at risk of homelessness or at risk of crime and are victims of crime deserve that money and that investment more. My Lord Mayor, that is why we disagree with this budget. This is why we will vote against it. It is a bad budget that does not put the people of this city first. Thanks, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Do you have a seconder at all? Thank you, Councillor Mason. Members, just to let you know, I've had a conversation with... Sorry, Councillor Stubbs.
Yes, Lord Mayor, would it be in order to just ask a question of the Chief Financial Officer just about this amendment, to check whether it's in order, which relates to the item about the increase in the national living wage scheduled for 2018-19. Now, the national living wage rises each year, and therefore... Sorry, the living wage, I'm sorry. The living wage rises each year. Would it therefore not be prudent? They put 110,000 in, which for 17-18 would be a correct number. But for 18-19, the number will be higher still because there'll be another uplift from the Living Wage Council. And therefore, does this amendment balance?
Chris, could you answer that for the councillor, please?
The equivalent value for 2017-18 is 103,000, and therefore this has been uplifted to 110,000 for the 18-19 financial year.
So to be clear then, the actual amendment isn't to be in line with the national living wage, it's to be in line with the national living wage and then a 1% uplift, or whatever, no, less than that, basically a zero uplift the following year. No,
the uplift broadly amounts to about 6% uplift on the Foundation's measure of the living wage for 2017-18.
But we're talking about 18-19 here, and there's nothing in for 17-18. There's a figure in for 18-19. It says pay the living wage as set by the Living Wage Council. We know what that figure is for next year. That would be 103,000. But for the following year, when the Living Wage Council ups that number again, wouldn't it be more like 200,000?
At this stage, we've just provided an estimate of a 6% uplift on the Living Wage Foundation rate for 17-18. It's an estimate.
Is that okay, Councillor? Is that an answer? Okay, thank you very much. Just to let you know, I had a conversation with Michael reference to myself working in a residential care home in Havant, and obviously we do have clients that we do charge from Portsmouth City Council, and Michael said that there's no need for me to declare anything, so I'm just letting people know, okay? So I have had guidance from Michael. Thank you very much. So I now call the leader of the UKIP group, Councillor Galloway, to respond without a time limit. Any amendments will need to be proposed and seconded and then given to me in writing before the amendment is discussed further or put to the meeting. Councillor Galloway, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor, I've done it again. Should we just give it a couple of minutes while I have a look at that, first of all? Sorry. Thank you. Okay then, members, ladies and gentlemen, I now call Councillor Galloway. Councillor Galloway, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. On the 20th of November, I received an email from our democracy manager reminding me that the full council meeting in December was purely for budget and no other notice of motions could be accepted. I replied, thanking him for his reminder and confessing that not only was I perfectly aware of the importance of this December meeting, but that I find it so stressful that I spend many days before this meeting deeply troubled at the prospects ahead of us, and then after the meeting I spend just as many days quietly crying to myself, considering what we have burdened our friends and families with after all our deliberations. I am not ashamed to admit that I pray for the wisdom of Solomon to find a way to help everyone, and especially the most vulnerable in our island community. Our group has tried to work with the administration to find ways to ameliorate the impact of such apparent draconian measures needed to meet the ever-increasing demands of our city's fiscal management. Our budget is not formulated out of pure whimsy. It is the direct product of measures that central government has taken. We have all heard the first, and indeed the final autumn statement from Chancellor Philip Hammond, and for us we see this as a dire warning. From the smooth assurance of Osborne that we'll be in much better position by 2020, and it's going to be plain sailing from then, we now find the very same Conservative Party totally changing the goalposts and declaring that we're doomed and we're all going to have to borrow even more money than ever, so that not only are our children going to be paying off the debt, but so too their children's children. Under the governance of the Tory party, Hammond smugly tells us that the national debt will spiral 90% above GDP. Apparently, leaving the EU will cost £226 million a week in borrowing due to higher inflation, lower growth and stagnant wages. And there it is, of course, the great scapegoat that can be blamed for all our future ills, Brexit. And the more the Remainer press and those weak, acquiescent political parties publish their gloomy and way off the mark predictions, the more people tend to believe the lies. Yet the UK is now in an even stronger financial position than it has been for a long time. Perhaps it's because we were prudent not to jump on the euro ride, and that is the case, and it's not hard to prove that it is, then maybe that is the reason why 17.4 million people, decent, hard-working people, voted to get their country back. But that is not what central government had anticipated or wanted before the 23rd of June. So maybe by hitching up austerity a few more notches, it may be Hammond's way of punishment for daring to go against our political masters. I said that we see Hammond's statement as a dire warning, and here's why. This council, working alongside Southampton and the Isle of Wight, is driving towards a combined authority, much reported in the press. A combined authority which is really a greatly diluted, devolved ruling body, a toothless tiger, with the promise of a £30 million a year from Westminster, but that carrot, will it ever come to fruition for the 30 promised years? Or will the next Chancellor do a Hammond shuffle and change the rules again? And tough luck, because they're stuck with it. And now the proposed budget makers in Portsmouth will have nowhere to go other than to rifle through the residents' pockets. Higher rents, higher taxes, new taxes. So not only are we borrowing more money, which will obviously impact on all of us and the generations that follow, but the collateral damage will be unbearable. It was painfully obvious that Hammond's autumn statement had intentionally failed to mention a solution of our ever-growing adult and social care overspend. There does not seem to be any more additional money for the NHS, and the homeless and disabled are just part and parcel of that collateral damage. The number of households made homeless after eviction from a privately rented home is now at the highest since records began. New government figures on homelessness in England show the loss of private tenancy remains the single biggest cause of homelessness, with over 18,640 households becoming homeless after an eviction from a privately rented home in the last year, twice as many as in the past 5 years. In the last year alone, 42,940 families were accepted as homeless by the local council. A rise of 35% over the past 5 years. On top of this, English councils dealt with 200,930 requests for help from people on the verge of homelessness last year. The number of private renters in receipt of housing benefit has increased by 42%. Today, 1 in 3 housing benefit recipients are in private rents. Almost half of private rented households in receipt of housing benefit are actually in work. Housing benefit awards in the private sector are 23% higher than in the social rented sector. Private renters not only receive higher levels of housing benefit, they also live in homes that are of lower quality than social rented homes. The number of private rented households in England went up from around about 3 million, representing an increase of 39% over the period 2009-2015. In the same period, the number of private renters in receipt of housing benefit, that's in the whole of Britain, has increased from just over 1 million to 1.5 million, a rise of 42%. These are hard facts to absorb with any real understanding of how they can impact on our residents. But if you consider that 15 families that were facing eviction in this area, our council was able to prevent that course of action. And if you take just 2 children from each of those families that had to be taken into care because of the family's dire position, that would equate to about £70,000 a year. Housing benefit should not be reduced. There's very much a spend to save situation which needs very careful consideration. Even affordable housing has been tainted by the Hammond touch. His so-called fund of £1.4 billion for 40,000 affordable homes will have tougher criteria for applying for the government grants. So just how affordable are affordable homes going to be? Our government does not seem to have the answer as to why new affordable housing has fallen to its lowest level in 24 years. I suspect that Hammond will do his Pontius Pilate on us. It's not central government's problem anymore. All you combined authorities, work it out for yourselves. But back to us here in Portsmouth. How has our own budget attempted to balance the books? Our group has listened intently to the leader, but we would like to propose an amendment, which you should all have received by now and looked over, to the recommendations of the Cabinet meeting of the 8th of December. Our recommendation is as follows. Our proposal is as follows for the recommendation of 1 of the Cabinet meeting to be amended as follows. Paragraph F should now read that officers are instructed to prepare a feasibility study into the potential benefits and cost savings associated with the geostamping or geotagging of photos for contracted work undertaken to council properties. The aim is to ensure that works are undertaken in time and to the specification and obtain the necessary documentation for any contractual deductions should the works undertaken prove unsatisfactory. The study also should include any necessary outlying businesses care for its implementation. In the event that the feasibility study demonstrates a sufficiently compelling case and with a strong financial payback, that a project team is established to prepare a detailed business case and project plan and to be funded from the MTRS reserve. Should any capital investment be required, then this to be considered either from prudential borrowing or the next available review of the capital programme. Any resulting ongoing revenue savings to be used to contribute towards the future savings requirement of the Council. And paragraph G, that officers are instructed to prepare a map of all assets owned and operated by the City Council and overlaid with a map of the locations and services provided by the voluntary and community sector as a means to identify opportunities for correlated and integrated working, potentially releasing savings for both parties in premises and transport-related costs, reducing duplication and providing more seamless service for residents. Should opportunities be identified, then a business case to be prepared which is sufficiently compelling in both operational and financial terms, is used as the basis of implementing any such opportunities and the projects funded from the MTRS reserve, and the project funded from the MTRS reserve. Any resulting ongoing revenue savings to be used to contribute towards the future savings requirements of this Council. K, paragraph K, that the Section 151 officer advises that in his opinion, the proposals contained within the amendment do not present any additional risk to the delivery of the overall savings amounts required for the budget of 2017-18. And L, the City Solicitor is content with the proposals set out on this amendment. I'm not only pleased, but relieved that the administration has not sat down and wailed about our unhappy lot, but instead have used every opportunity to create a self-sustaining city, making financially sound investments that will generate income for years to come, and that will instill an entrepreneurial spirit in all our policy making. The leader has explained in great detail where the axe will fall, but also has shown that the resolve to strive towards a self-sustaining corporation with forward-thinking asset acquisition is a policy that was never even considered in previous administrations, and now with such a structure in place, we should feel confident that Portsmouth's foundations are strong and solid and ready to build a prosperous and stable future for our great city. We commend this budget to the Council.
Thank you, Councillor. Have you got a seconder at all?
Seconded. I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Bird. So before I call Councillor Morgan, have you got an amendment? Could we pass that around before I call you, if you're happy with that, sir? Okay, then. So, Councillor Morgan, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I understand my predecessor liked to keep his budget speeches short, concise, focused on the financial issues at hand. You'll be relieved to know that in my first budget speech as Labour Group leader, I intend to do the same today. And you also can be rest assured I will make no irrelevant mentions of the Leader of the Opposition or the disgraced former MP for Portsmouth South. We meet today to discuss our city's budget in difficult and uncertain economic times. These are tough and challenging times for our great city of ours. Over the last few years, our city and its communities have weathered the biggest cuts in public spending since the Second World War. In setting a budget for the upcoming financial year, we are told we must make savings of £9 million, with a further £15 million in future years. This is on top of the £86 million already made, a staggering 42% of controllable spend. This means cutting spending on vital frontline services which every single one of us rely on. Our services are already stretched to the bone. Many have asked, how much more can we take? But numbers, no matter how shocking they may seem, could never begin to tell the real story of how local people's lives have changed in Portsmouth since Cameron and Clegg and now Mrs May came to power. The real story of our city is under this government, hard-working families and the vulnerable are struggling. Struggling to get by as wages remain low, welfare slashed, even as food and energy bills, rents and petrol prices continue to rise. It's a story of parents skipping meals so their kids can have enough to eat, of elderly people who have worked all their lives, paid their dues, and now have to choose between eating and heating their homes. It is a story of prolonged recession affecting our local economy and a recovery built to benefit the few, not the many. Of local people forced to work 2 or 3 jobs just to get by. It is a story of hard-working people who live less fulfilling lives, face more anxiety and have less hope than they did when Gideon and now Hammond were handed the keys to the Treasury. Few could have predicted just a few years ago just how grave a situation we are in Portsmouth and how we now find ourselves in this situation. Few could have predicted the severity of the coalition and now Tory government's punitive welfare reforms, or the blatant disregard with which they have been treating those in need. And few could have predicted the extent to which this government would single out local councils to bear the brunt of their swingeing cuts. But anyone could have predicted that what did happen as a result of the government's disastrous decisions and profoundly unfair policies. A stumbling economy, a lack of affordable housing, not enough done to encourage job creation, an NHS and social care system in crisis. Throw in brutal welfare cuts and broken public institutions and you have a recipe for social ruin on a scale that Thatcher dreamt of. A legacy of a lost generation for future generations. For return to Victorian slum housing our own Charles Dickens wrote about. For increased poverty and diminished life opportunities across the communities we have the privilege to serve. And I want to be absolutely clear, my Lord Mayor, it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. The unprecedented cuts which government has foisted upon this council are not the result of overspending by any government or even of the global financial crisis. These cuts were never inevitable. They were and are a choice. The damage to our community perpetrated by this government is no accident. They decided to turn their backs on hard-working people. They've turned their backs on the poorest of places. They made the decision that Portsmouth people should sustain more cuts than the green and leafy Tory shires. They chose to increase VAT on ordinary people whilst cutting income tax for millionaires. They chose to impose the hated bedroom tax on the sick and the disabled. And they chose to close hundreds of Sure Start centres which gave children a decent start in life. These cuts are no accident. They are a deliberate result of an ideological experiment designed by the Tories and shamefully supported by the Liberal Democrats. An experiment which Portsmouth people will never forget. These cuts are the result of a core political belief that the disadvantaged do not deserve their support. That people should be left to sink or swim regardless of the challenges they face or the economic circumstances that they surround them in. That government should roll back and let the rich get on with getting richer whilst the rest barely get by. Well, I have a message for this government. I expect better than this. The people of Portsmouth deserve better than this. Government can change things for the better. Local councils can change things for the better, not just the few. At its heart, our Labour Group's politics is about energy, ideas, aspiration and hope. At a time when our city faces unprecedented challenges,
Councillors.
We must make our community stronger and a society fairer, protect and secure the services we've all contributed to, find new ways of funding the basic services communities expect, and ensure jobs, homes and schools remain at the heart of what we do. Our city lags behind the rest of the South East. We have some of the highest levels of poverty in this country, and Portsmouth is a special case. We need a better deal for this city, investment in skills and in local jobs. The government may have abdicated its responsibility to our residents, but we must not let this council do the same. Portsmouth can, and once again, can punch above its weight. By working together, we can build a fairer and more prosperous city. We must not inflict our cuts on the most vulnerable in our society whilst making life easier for those with the broadest shoulders. We must do more to encourage local jobs and enable economic growth. We must redouble our efforts to protect all residents and lighten the load of local people just trying to get by. It was once said that in tough times, Labour councillors act as shields for their residents. Shields dented inevitably by the swings and arrows of sustained assaults on our communities by national government. But better a dented shield than no shield at all. The last line of defence for people fearing for their futures in the face of further cuts. Today, the administration is proposing taking a further £9 million from this council's budget. £9 million more dents to Portsmouth's shield. I now turn to the proposals before us today. We have significant concerns about these proposals. They make many heroic assumptions in the indicative savings we all are reviewing today. And our budget amendment puts Labour values at the heart of what this council does. I was born and bred in this city of ours. I know the challenges people are facing throughout our communities. I know the true value of the services this council provides. My dad, a former community worker, supported young people, those with complex needs and those that endured domestic violence. My mother, a hospital cleaner, doing her bit for a fantastic NHS. My grandfather, a D-Day veteran from Southsea, who travelled to the Normandy beaches on his 17th birthday and relied heavily on the overstretched social care services in the city. I'm proud to have gone to Portsmouth schools. I started my career in local government in Portsmouth. I know what difference this council can make. This city gave me and my family the opportunity to succeed. I'm hugely proud to serve this council again. If it were up to me, every service we provide for the people of Portsmouth would be second to none, so everyone gets their chance to succeed. But the circumstances we find ourselves in today originate far beyond this council chamber. Hoisting the white flag and handing over control to the government and their auditors just so they can roll back crucial services and set a budget for our city without concern for the impact it will have on our community is not an option for me. We must set a legal and balanced budget today. But I have something I want to say to those members who want to reduce the role of councils in our society and cut services in the communities that we serve. You may attempt to drag Britain back to the 1980s through cuts and divisive policies, or even worse, the small state society of Dickensian England. But whilst we may be a small Labour couple, which I have the privilege to lead, I will not give you the satisfaction of recreating those dark days. Now we will follow the same path as other parties, nor will we follow the same path as other parties in this chamber and make promises that we cannot keep, because our residents deserve better than that. I know that poverty and inequality of opportunity remain daily realities for too many Pompey people, and I hate that fact. In my own ward, 67% of children live in poverty. Life expectancy is 10 years less than in other parts of the city. And recently, homelessness has more than doubled. This Labour group will always try to marshal the council's resources to protect the most vulnerable people in our city, and we will not play fast and loose with people's jobs and services. We understand the true meaning of the work of this council, and it's too important. But the decisions we make in hard times reflect the values we hold as councillors better than those made in good times. We recognise that tough choices have to be made when there is little money to go round. And boy, this council has already made some hellish choices. We don't want to see anyone working for this council to lose their job or the lack of help from a union rep when they need it. Nor do we want to put further pressure on our fantastic staff by reducing resources available to them. Many managers has already told me the stress that their teams are under. But we should do everything in our power to protect the vital frontline services on which all of us rely on. And that's why this council must stop cutting services. But Lord Mayor, credit where credit is due. We welcome the efforts by the administration to generate income and find ways of getting better deals out of contracts this council awards. We also welcome bringing services back in-house to protect local jobs, reduce costs and maintain services. We all love that. And my congratulations to Linda Symes for her work on this. Likewise, taking a loan repayment holiday makes perfect sense to us in these challenging times if it saves cutting essential local services. But this council must and should do more than simply managing a dwindling budget. It must lobby its friends in Whitehall harder. It must seek a better deal from government. It must think again about the ideological attack on the trade unions with the proposed cut in secondment time for reps. When asking where this approach has worked successfully elsewhere, not a single local authority was named. This proposal makes no sense to us and it will cost this authority more. Therefore, we ask the leader to consider this indicative saving for the Cabinet member to find an equivalent saving elsewhere from this portfolio, and we welcome the compromise option that the leader has described earlier today. This council must also save on management overheads, be more creative, sharing more back office functions, and must reduce the costs of democracy before cutting services. Our group has scoured the administration's budget plans to identify more efficient ways of working. I'd like to now turn to our amendment, which is on the pink sheets. I'm afraid they're not redder paper than I would like them to be. But our amendment is based around three priorities. One, reducing the cost of local democracy. As one resident said to me, the only people who have not suffered from austerity is politicians. In difficult times, it is only fair to reduce the costs of political leadership of this authority. This council has not reviewed its political structure since 2010. It is time for councillors to share the pain of a shrinking council. We therefore propose three things: streamlining the number of cabinet posts, cutting general and special responsibility allowances that councillors gain, and finally moving to 4 yearly all-out elections to reduce the costs and help bring political stability and certainty to this authority. Our second priority is around reducing management overheads. We are sure we can all agree that current structures of local government are unsustainable. It is more apparent than ever that the traditional model of local public service delivery cannot continue, and yet the devolution agenda presents this city with opportunities. By sharing more services, we can combine back-office functions and management costs. We therefore propose more is done to deliver new and innovative ways of delivering services, so the city is creatively finding solutions and is forward-looking. We jointly work in partnership with a wider pool of neighbouring authorities to share directors, management costs and back-office functions such as HR and finance, and we utilise technology to bring down the cost of communications and administration and accelerate a move towards being a paperless local authority. And finally, Lord Mayor, our third priority is investing in frontline social care services. Our biggest service area that's being proposed as being hit by this administration is social care. This is our biggest concern. Not only is social care being hit locally, but even it was failed to be mentioned in the last autumn statement. The UK is heading to the bottom of the league for spending on social care as a proportion of GDP. Council funding for adult social care has fallen by 11% on average since 2010 and as much as 30% in some areas of the country. We're seeing social care providers collapsing and more people going without the care they need, putting even more pressure on the NHS to pick up pieces. And we know with a breakdown in care, older people will end up in hospital, costing the state even more. I'd like to quote two Tory ministers and in the very balanced newspaper that is The Guardian. Ministers should be in no doubt of the impending financial crisis in social care or the demands likely to come from people like me to deal with the shortfall in cash going into our NHS. If this requires tax rises, so be it, said a Tory minister. I can go on. As it stands at the moment, with council budgets for social care falling behind demand by £5 billion nationally, I'm concerned the loss of hospital beds will not be compensated by the social care system, resulting in an overall and unexpected loss of healthcare provision. The only answer to this complex issue is an increase in the social care budget, which would not be good for patients, but ultimately reduce the pressure on the NHS budget. Another Tory MP in a letter to the Chancellor last month. Moreover, new research out this weekend from the King's Fund shows the precept will raise just 3% of what councils are already spending on social care this year. The 10 most affluent areas will raise more than twice as much as the 10 most deprived areas, further widening the inequalities in older people's access to care. These services for our loved ones are at breaking point. That's why our amendment seeks to further invest in adult social care, an essential local service. I'd like to turn my attention to the voluntary sector. Voluntary organisations such as the local counselling services have a crucial role to play in finding solutions locally. They can undertake preventative work, meet local needs, address demands, and are the glue that binds our communities together. And not only do they need our support, we need theirs more than ever. So enough is enough. Let us move away from squabbling, put politics to one side, and find a solution to our social care crisis. We therefore propose, using the savings we've identified and I've outlined earlier, to invest in social care services, unleashing the creativity of the voluntary sector to meet local demands and support the community, and redesigning the criteria for the voluntary sector capacity and transition fund to focus the fund on providing services which deliver or support social care priorities. So I sum up our budget response. I sought election because I believed Portsmouth deserved better, my Lord Mayor. A city which is a better place to live, work and enjoy for all of us outside of this council chamber. Our driving purpose is to change the way the council works to deliver better local services, even in tougher times. In our budget amendment, we are doing our best to blunt the knife, to protect the disadvantaged and support hard-working families, struggling to get by as a result of the government's disastrous policies. My Lord Mayor, I want to thank those who have helped our small Labour group put our proposals together, as outlined in my speech today. Our amendments do not reflect our biggest dreams or our deepest hopes for our great city, but it is an amendment which aims to reflect our values, Labour values of equality, social justice and fairness, tackling the social care crisis on the brink of financial failure. And my belief that our council can improve lives and change things for the better. Our amendments aim to protect the most vulnerable in our communities and protect vital frontline services. We'll keep trying to make Portsmouth a better place for all local people and to strengthen our communities, and to make hope possible at a time when despair could otherwise be truly convincing. My Lord Mayor, I ask for this Chamber's support and so move our Labour budget amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, have you got a seconder? Councillor Chowdhury, are you seconding that? Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Okay, members, I'm going to have a break now and we'll be back here at 4:40. Thank you very much. So the proposal for the amendments on the revenue budget item before the council are now open to all other members of the council to debate. The debate is now open. Who would like to speak? Councillor Bird. Councillor Bird. No, anybody? Sorry, yeah. Okay, you ready?
Yeah,
off you go then. Thank you.
I may as well go first. We're all going to speak, aren't we? Sorry, Darren? No. Oh, hello. Okay, I'm going to explain a bit more about our budget amendments. As the way it's written up may be slightly confusing. I'll take it in two parts. Okay, thanks, Colin. The first part regarding feasibility study and geostamping and geotagging. Essentially what we're asking for here, because we cannot give any actual costs or cost savings to this, is for officers' time, for them to actually investigate how we can go about, sorry, everyone's still shuffling, how we as a council can actually go about making sure that our contractors are doing the works that they're carried out to do, on time and on spec. Essentially, this is relying on modern technology that's been around for about 15 years. So not actually that modern at all. At the moment, what we have is a situation where we have a list of works for our contractors. So a resident, for example, will phone up and say they've got an issue, we need someone to come out and look at a building work. We will then say, OK, we'll send it to our contractors, who will then arrange for someone to go out and do the building work. We then take it on good faith that building work's been done. Occasionally, we might have someone go out and inspect random works, but unless a resident phones up and says they're not happy, we don't know whether that's done to spec, whether we're happy with it as a council, and whether it's even safe. So what this is essentially doing is asking our contractors to be able to prove that they've done their work. So they would be by means of something simple like a software that can be downloaded or an application that can be downloaded that my colleague here uses on a regular basis in his line of work to take a picture of the completed works. This geotags, by use of GPS, where they've taken the picture. It also timestamps and date stamps it. So what this then means is if, for example, a resident phones up and says, that piece of work wasn't done, or that piece of work hasn't been done correctly, we can then go back to our contractors and ask that they prove that it's been done and carried out to specifications. This amendment here is essentially asking that officers go through the contracts to see whether we can then turn around to our contractors and say, we're going to penalise you for not doing that piece of work. And if we're going to penalise you, we want to know, written in contract, written in stone, what we can do about it, whether that's a case of delaying payment, whether it's a case of requesting that they redo the work before payment. But that's what this is all about, because we cannot specify an exact cost saving until we actually have a look at how many jobs aren't done. Yeah, officers' time as well. But I'll request that my colleague actually go into more details on this, because he has had prime examples in Portsmouth in his own ward where works have been listed as white works that have been done as curbing that haven't been done still to this day, I understand. Which we've obviously paid for already as part of our contract. So that's the first part. I hope that makes sense. Second part is a piece of work that we've already undertaken to a certain extent on a very, very small basis. Essentially, again, because we cannot identify the savings offhand, we've had to put it through as an amendment with zero cost. It's identifying officers' work that's going to be the cost here. But it should be useful for both the council and the voluntary sector, as we're asking officers to create an assets and facilities map throughout Portsmouth on a ward-by-ward basis. As Councillor Ashmore and Lord Mayor may be aware, we did this in Fratton a couple of years ago. And we established that the voluntary sector had 3 food banks in Fratton, and they weren't aware of each other. Now, this simple piece of work means that these 3 food banks can now get together to create one larger food bank and perhaps have means through the MTRS reserve to actually get some funding, should they need it, as a larger group. If the council were then offering a similar service, we would then be aware of where we're actually merging, of where we're overlapping and how we can help each other. So it's a strange amendment to put through because there's no financial costs and savings identified, but there will be savings in the long run once the officer's time's been committed. So I welcome any questions on this and hope it makes a little bit more sense in the 6 minutes allocated to try to explain it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bird. Any more speakers, please? Councillor Leo Madden, Councillor Stagg and Councillor Hugh Mason. Councillor, yes, sorry, Councillor Madden, you were first, sorry.
Okay.
Yes, got him. Thank you, Councillor Stagg.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. And I'd like to start by thanking Chris Ward for his, I've written it down here, Chris, invaluable service. He came to one meeting. Well done, Chris. But of course, we can't do these budgets with sorry, Julian, you didn't turn up, so I'm not thanking you this year. It's interesting, Lord Mayor, isn't it? I didn't, unlike Councillor Fleming, I didn't watch the debate last December. So I wasn't clear about everything that happened. But it is interesting, isn't it? It's a very interesting report. And I know it runs along similar lines every year. But it's actually, when you actually look at it, and we do talk ad nauseum about finance. That seems to be the main reason that we are here, rather than looking to the services that we provide as such. When you actually look at it, it is amazing how we, as a council, over the years, have managed a reduction in government grant. And it's a horrendous reduction, and yet we've managed to do it. And it isn't done to, it's not just the Conservative government. It was also the coalition government, and it was also the Labour government before that. So it doesn't matter what the share of the government is, we see, and we'll always see, I think, cuts to the grant. And of course, we did decide, we didn't agree it, but the council decided what we would see as the grant for the next 3 years. And it is, I just find it interesting that we can manage to do that somehow or other. 44% from 2011 is a hell of a lot of a cut. And I don't think I could manage it in my own personal family budget, but nevertheless, we've done that. Now, much has been made about the austerity programme by the last Chancellor of the Exchequer. And I have to say that I did think, and I did hope that with the arrival of a new Prime Minister on the scene, and particularly a woman Prime Minister, I have to say, and with a new Chancellor of the Exchequer, who I have to say as an individual I have a lot of time for, I thought we're talking about people who are less well off than the rest of us. We talked about, you mentioned the jams today, right? But nevertheless, people just about managing. And I hope that in the budget this year, there's a lot of people, I think, the Chancellor's autumn statement more than, that we'd hear a bit more about helping those people in society, jams, people in my day, it used to be the bread line, it used to be the poverty trap, they all seem to have disappeared. But when we talk about people who are not as well off as they should be. Could I say that there's no great big spiel from me. I'm going to deal with fairly, what could seem to some people, fairly a couple of 3 minor issues perhaps, but nevertheless I think ones that I do concern me at the minute. And I would say, and the nice way of doing this now is doing the budget meeting now and then doing the proper budget meeting per se in February does give particularly administration a chance to tweak some of the things and look at the amendments put forward today, even though they may not accept them by other groups. Because I think if we have an opportunity, if we do have an opportunity to look at some of the things in the budgets today, I think with a bit of luck and with a bit of help, and if we are determined to help those less off, then there may be some tweaking in the February. So the first thing I am concerned about is it's the recommendation under 035, which is a review of the carer service. Now there's a saving there of £130,000, and like it or not, we're going to have to make savings. Now what we are told there, and we're told it under other headings in relation to social services, is that in this particular case, carers will not lose access to the carer service and the support that it provides. That's what it says. But it says that in relation to other things as well. But that the support itself will be provided in a different way. Now, at some stage, presumably somewhere, whether to adult social care or to cabinet or whatever, where that particular service or the different way will be outlined. But what the report doesn't say is that the Carer Centre, created just a few years back, will actually not be closed. And I've looked and I've read through the recommendations there, and I would, Lord Mayor, seek an assurance from either the Leader of the Council of the Summing Up or from Councillor Stubbs that there are no plans to close the Carer Centre, and I'd like a definitive reply to say that it will remain open. Is that a minute left? The other one I'll go to quickly, but I'm not going to talk quickly, is the £2 ceiling. I would just ask again, you know, I don't want to go through an argument as to who grew up the poorest in the City Council, but nevertheless, the £2 ceiling is discretionary. It was discretionary, and I know that the scheme was accepted at the last council meeting, and I accept that. But again, I would ask the administration to look at the £2 ceiling particularly, and the effect, not only things mentioned by Councillor Fearon-Jackson, but the effect that has on poor families in the city. And, you know, people might talk about it only been $1.99 a week or whatever, but I actually saw something somewhere where less well-off families will be £244 better off by the year 2020. So if that's a big thing, well then, you know, over £100 a year been taken away from people is another big thing. I've finished. Have I done? I wanted to talk about the voluntary sector, but I'll write to you on that. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Lindstag, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I appreciate that in these straight financial times, there is a need to invest and earn money for the council. I don't necessarily agree with the way in which the administration is doing it, but nevertheless I appreciate that it has to be done. But at the same time, I think we need to preserve an environment which is safe for people to live in and also pleasant for people to live in. And for that reason, I object very strongly to cuts that were made last year and which I would like to see reinstated. One is to the hate crime unit, and the other one is the charging for collection of bulk waste. Looking at some information about hate crime, it has risen dramatically, particularly since Brexit. But some statistics from 2012 to 2013, there were 42,000, just over 42,000 hate crime cases reported in England and Wales to the police. Those are the ones that were just reported, not the ones. There were lots more. That's only the tip of the iceberg. By last year, 2015-2016, that had risen to 62,518. That is an overall rise of over 30% since 2013, 19% since Brexit. 79% of those cases were race hate crimes. Another 7% were religious crimes. Now, I can only imagine what it must be like, and I can imagine from my own experience, not from a hate crime, but I remember the first time I went to India. I was in the far-flung corner of Rajasthan, in the far west of India, and people kept staring at me. I know I'm a bit peculiar, but I didn't think I was that peculiar. Just the fact that I wasn't Indian. I was the only white person around. And I felt distinctly uncomfortable. And wherever I went, I had the same thing. They were just fascinated, but I just felt really uncomfortable. Now, if that had been accompanied by people spitting at me or telling me to go home, I think I would have been quite scared. It also reminds me of when I first started teaching in London in the mid-60s, I had a friend who taught with me, Sri Lankan, who was getting married and was looking for a flat. And I went around. This was the time where there were notices up in people's windows saying, no blacks, no coloureds. Now, she had a PhD in astrophysics. Her husband-to-be was a fully qualified accountant, and yet she was being discriminated against and made to feel that she wasn't welcome. And she really was. She was a damn good teacher, and she was a wonderful person. And it's sort of reminiscent of that. And I've talked to quite a few. I taught a lot of Bangladeshi pupils here in Portsmouth, and I've spoken to quite a few of them recently who said they don't like going out now, particularly the girls, if they're wearing their scarves, because people are saying, why don't you go home? Or they spit at them, or they just make a comment. And there was there were about 5 actually Bangladeshis in College Park, and they were scared of my 2 dogs, and I just went up to them and said, they're all right, they calm them down, etc. I said, touch them, etc. And I walked away. They were quite happy. And there was a woman came in and she said, what do those Muslims want? And I said, what Muslims? And she said, those there. And I said, you mean the Bangladeshis? I said, I didn't know that you knew they were Muslims by religion. And she said, well, they're always complaining. And I said, no, I said, this is a cultural thing. They don't not used to dogs in Bangladesh. And that sort of thing made them feel, you could see, they felt really awful about it. Now, I don't want to see that happening right across Portsmouth. And it has been happening in lots of places. This is not the time to cut spending on hate crimes. Now, the groups most vulnerable in England and Wales are the Muslims of various backgrounds, whether they're Pakistani or whether they're Bangladeshi or other regions as well, but Poles and the Romanians. And we have significant numbers of all 3 of those in Portsmouth. And many have reported to me and to other people instances of being told to go home. Why are you staying here? We don't want you. Fear of walking down the streets and being spat at. Not major crimes in themselves, but enough to make life very uncomfortable for the individuals themselves. So I would ask that funding be restored to the hate crime unit, because as I understand it, the only places where people can go for help are True Vision, which is a website, Victim Support, which I don't think we now fund, because they were getting their funding from PCC, and Advice Portsmouth, which covers a whole range of things, but nothing very specific for hate crime. The other thing is fly tipping. I live in a road, I've lived there for 13 years, and I've never come across as much fly tipping as I've seen in the last year, 18 months, as is found under Burfield's Bridge. I've reported, I don't know how many times, beds, fridges, freezers, push chairs, all that sort of stuff. And all the time, the last time I reported some stuff, it took the team here from civic offices 5 days to come and collect it, because they were so pushed, having to clear up stuff elsewhere. Now, I don't think it's nice to go around and see all this mess everywhere. Another thing that it causes is rats. On Tangier Road around Baffin's Pond, people leaving stuff. It's not just the beds, etc. They also leave big bags of other rubbish, including cardboard waste, food, etc., etc. And that has attracted rats. And there are rats galore along Tangier Road, and the local residents are being asked to pay for it because they can't find who is dumping it. That is insanitary. It's potentially bringing in health problems to the area, and I think that again should be reinstated, that they don't have to pay for collection of bulk waste. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stagg. Councillor Hugh Mason, please.
Well, Mayor, I want to primarily speak to our amendment. Again, add a little on some of the points which we have made. The first one is the importance of maintaining our sea defences and continuing to pay for sea defence work. The major sea defences are going to be upgraded for South Sea. We know that, but it's not going to start until 2018 at the earliest, because it'll be stuck in the Treasury. The Environment Agency know that, we know that. Till then, and even after then, in certain parts of our city, we are faced with problems. The Channel Coastal Observatory, which has done a lot of studies on the movement of shingle, finds that there's major depletion of shingle in 2 or 3 areas along our coastline. One is to the west of South Parade Pier, another one is to the east of the end of the promenade, running along towards Eastney Point, but the worst is at the entrance of Langston Harbour, where there has been severe depletion of the shingle. This is a major problem. Alongside that, we are the landowner of Farlington Marshes. Farlington Marshes sea defences need to be maintained, and the Environment Agency will expect a 15% contribution to anything they have to do there. So I think it is foolish to remove the money at this time from our sea defences. Moreover, it sends a very bad message to DEFRA, to the Treasury, to the EA, that, oh, well, it's just a minor thing. We're not particularly worried about it. It's the wrong message. So I think that should be maintained. Second thing I want to have a look at is Southsea Library. Like it or not, we have a 7-day economy. And Sunday is the day when people go to worship in the cathedral. You know, it's that big cathedral in Fratton called Asda. But also, large numbers of them come to Palmerston Road in Southsea because of the markets there. Sunday markets. If you haven't been, come. We need the trade. And indeed, this is something which Palmerston Road needs. It does need trade. And one of the things which the library does is it complements the offer of the markets and of the shops. And so it is sensible to keep it open, at least for a Sunday afternoon. But it does need some Sunday opening to complement what we are doing as a council, and this is not a political thing, because we've been doing it for a long time, to try and maintain the shopping offer in Southsea. It makes sense. Third thing I want to look at is our advocacy for the living wage as defined by the Living Wage Foundation. Because that, as the current Foreign Secretary has pointed out in a previous incarnation, is the minimum on which people can expect to have a decent life. And quite frankly, if we don't give a lead in giving a decent wage to the most poorly paid of our employees, can we expect anybody else to do so? If this council doesn't give a lead in giving a decent wage to the least paid of our employees, who will? Who will give a lead? We must support these people. Last point I would like to make is a more general request. The leader has referred to Portsmouth as Portsmouth PLC and stressed the business way in which she is going about leading this council at the moment. And my colleague, Councillor Vernon Jackson, has pointed out that a lot of our investment has been outside the city, in major developments outside the city. Now, these may be marginally to our financial advantage over investing in the city. But if we invest in the city, we create jobs. If we invest outside, we do not create jobs in the city. If we invest in the city, we get the business rates. If we invest outside of the city, somebody else gets the business rates. If we invest in the city, we are the planning authority and we plan the economy around and the developments around where we have invested. We have control of that. If we do it outside the city, somebody else does. I am very concerned because I don't think that the small financial advantage, the marginal financial advantage which we get from investing outside our city offsets the opportunity costs which we have to pay by not investing in our city. So it's a request more than an objection. It's a request to the leaders of Portsmouth PLC. Please direct more of your investment into our city. We need the jobs, we need the business rates, we need to control our environment, we need to control our economic environment. This is important for the future of our city. As, of course, are the points which I have made about sea defences, Southsea Library and the living wage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor John Ferret, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Unfortunately, I'm somewhat restricted this year in the time that I have available. A great disappointment to me. Clearly to the council. No, I'm sure many people think it's going to be mercifully brief this year. So therefore I will need to speed through what I've got to say. Firstly, I'd like to thank the deputies, I don't know if they're still here, who came along earlier, and I thought both spoke very well. Deb Gardner from Unison, I thought, put forward a very good case on behalf of the unions, and she was very conciliatory, and I think the unions need to take that on board. In the past, I've had representatives have come here telling me that I should go to prison. There might be a few people that want to see me behind bars, but tell me I should go to prison rather than set a no cuts, or rather than support a cuts budget in this council chamber. I would urge the unions to follow that conciliatory approach that we saw earlier today, and to talk constructively with the administration, whoever might be administering this council, but have a constructive dialogue with them about how, if we have to deliver savings, how we're going to deliver those savings and how we're going to best protect the interests and the jobs of union members. We've seen a demonstration out there today, and I totally support the right to demonstrate and for people to demonstrate on whatever subject and topic they feel appropriate. But I feel that constructive dialogue with the council would be far more beneficial than shouting and screaming in people's faces as you're walking in, and quite frankly brandishing placards talking about no more NHS cuts. And that says to me that there's a fundamental misunderstanding about the responsibilities of this council, that this council has to deal with the cuts that are handed down by central government and has to deliver a balanced budget. We're not responsible for the NHS budget, and central government are responsible for the cuts that we are making. So people need to understand that, and they need to work with the council rather than working against it. The recommendations, I'll just turn to the recommendations, and I do largely support the council's budget here today. The council budget says to be prepared on the basis of 3.99 council tax increase. Certainly my first 3 years, I think, as Labour group leader, always put forward an amendment including a budget increase. I know that was used in leaflets from both the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats. Labour wants to increase your council tax. I said at the time, fool's paradise, that we were diminishing our tax base, and that would mean that we'd have to make more cuts in years to come. We are playing a bit of catch-up here, and if there is permission to increase the precept, then residents could be looking at an even higher council tax increase this year, and that will hit people. And I think it clearly would have been far more prudent to have raised the tax in preceding years, but I accept we are where we are. In terms of the Voluntary Sector Capacity and Transition Fund, I welcome the fact that the criteria are being changed, and that we try and ensure that there's more accessibility to that, and some of the organisations that we've seen that are in dire need of funding can actually avail themselves of that particular fund. Also, just on recommendation to point F, or point 2F of, or was that recommendation one? I don't know. The one that says that the responsibility of the City Council is to approve the overall budget and the associated cash limits of the portfolio. That's what it's doing here today, and I recognise there is a lot here in terms of savings, which the Council has to outline how they can credibly reach those figures, but that does give scope for some of those organisations, and I would say the unions as well, in terms of dialogue they can have with the Council before February to see if there is something that can be done, whether some of those savings can be replaced with other measures. I'd also like to commend the Council on only having to reduce frontline services by £900,000. I think it is commendable the amount of money that is being raised by other means. I've heard the criticisms that have been put forward by the Liberal Democrats. They seem to want to support what the Council are doing, but at the same time want to attack it. I think what the Council's done should be welcomed. It should be welcomed by the City. It's preventing more cuts from taking place. And I also have to remind the Liberal Democrats and the City that when the Liberal Democrats were in administration, we saw a cut to Shore Start in 1 year of £1.4 million. And we were moving an amendment to try and address that particular issue, but that was a scale of what we was facing. So putting that into the context of only a £900,000 reduction, I think that is commendable. Liberal Democrats' amendment, issue my usual disclaimer on that. Councillor Vernon Jackson, 22nd most important Liberal Democrat in the country. When he had his hotline to Nick Clegg, I don't think he was urging him to tell the Prime Minister to stop austerity and stop the deficit reduction programme. I suspect he was saying, please can I have a seat on the front bench after the next general election? And we all know what happened then. In terms of the actual substance of the recommendation, I cannot support it. I don't believe in residence parking. I've said that here, that I believe that we should scrap all residence parking across the city, and we should have a proper holistic review of how we're going to cope with that. This is just reinstating the same issues about displacement. There is nothing in there about how this is going to be enforced, how it's going to be paid for. I'm getting complaints from residents with parking zones up in my own ward who are saying that they're not being enforced, there's not the means that are available. This is just going to exacerbate the problem, and I don't think it's an amendment I can support. And I will say the Labour amendment, whilst I don't necessarily recognise the speech and the rhetoric from the Labour Party leader, I do recognise the amendment, many of the things that we put forward in previous years, and clearly I will support the amendment. I note there's nothing in there about the trade unions, and I wish Councillor Morgan all the luck when he next attends the Labour Party all-members meeting.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Stubbs, please.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. I think it's been actually been a surprisingly mild debate so far, and I'll try and keep that going. And I think it's with good reason, actually, because when you look at what's happening around this country, all around England, you are seeing local authorities in very difficult positions, making some extremely difficult choices. And by comparison, the savings proposals that have been put forward by this administration are really not so bad. Now, of course, I know that this is still going to affect people's employment, it's still going to affect some service users. I'm not saying it has no impact, but I am saying it has the impact is a lot less than in many other local authorities. I mean, I can think there are 151 councils that are responsible for libraries across this country. I can think of 4 that have recently said they're going to go down to a single library, which would be Shropshire, Swindon, Walsall and West Berkshire. I think the Isle of Wight may also have made that decision. I'm not certain about that, but the other 4 definitely have. You've got Southampton moving to fortnightly bin collections. You've got Liverpool considering a 10% council tax rise after a referendum. And if reports in the Municipal Journal are correct, you have Surrey considering a 16% rise. No one wants to do these things. No one actually wants to cut the nice-to-have services, but after a while you run out of options. And the good news is that by generating income, we're pushing back the day when we run out of options, hopefully, to after the end of the austerity programme. Hopefully that day won't arrive. It is important that we set a legal and balanced budget, and I think we have shown a lot of imagination on it. I just want to say a few things about social care, because a number of points have come up. And, I mean, it is worrisome in some ways, some of the pressures in social care, and I don't actually agree that the biggest problem is to do with discharges from hospital. I mean, that's not... Most of the delays in discharges from hospital arise as a result of the hospital. It's not true to say it's mostly a result of social care. But the elephant in the room is to do with the rates paid to care homes and the rates paid to domiciliary care agencies. And this is true all across the country, because these things have been held back at a time of rising costs, as we've done, as the previous administration done, as pretty much every council has done. That is creating a lot of pressure stored up in the system, and I think that in some areas we may see something happen about that. We do have a plan to get through the next couple of years in social care. We've got a plan to do with efficiencies. I don't believe for a moment that having, at least for older people, that waiting lists save money. They don't. Because people get worse in the meantime and you end up spending more. We're working to address that. We are looking at some of the technological issues to do with assistive technology and to do with better IT. The IT system that we have at the moment for the core of social care is not fit for purpose, and we're looking at doing something about that. We're looking at taking a more proactive line on sickness. I do recognise that the level of sickness is high in social care. Some of that is necessary because obviously you can't go into a care home if you're coughing and sneezing, where maybe you could go into an office. But I think that we do need to look at some of these things, and we're working on a plan for having some floating support to reduce agency costs, and we've done a lot of work about buildings as well, so in order to house people in cheaper environments, but also better environments. I just want to address a few specifics that were raised. Councillor Vernon Jackson mentioned staff numbers and the staff reductions put into the social care budget. It's a mixture of vacancies. It's also about rationalising the amount of administration work that we have to do. Because we've made some changes, we've taken some paperwork out of the system, and there's a saving there. It is not a saving on social workers. There is a plausible body of evidence that says if you cut too much from your social work complement, you end up spending more. because the packages that social workers put forward are the ones which result in the least paperwork for them, so it doesn't necessarily work. Councillor Madden asked about the carers service. As part of the Care Act, some new duties were imposed in respect of carers, and a Section 31 new burdens grant of about £100,000 was made available to the council. We already meet the new statutory level, so we've had to offer that £100,000 as a saving. So that leaves a £30,000 saving net of that. So it's not quite as it appears, and I do acknowledge that the way it's written in the report perhaps creates a misleading impression. I mean, over time, yes, we will look at we're looking at every part of social care and about the right way of delivering it, but we do recognise, I very much recognise that, supporting carers is an important thing to do, and not doing that can result in greater costs over time. I just want to say a few words about some of the points which have been raised in the amendment and elsewhere, and I'm going to have to hurry up and miss some of these out, aren't I? 4 yearly budgets, well, we'll know soon enough whether that saves, whether you get a bigger grant or not, because we will have at least Surrey and Lancashire refuse to take the 4 yearly grant. We'll see what they get instead. I seriously doubt it's going to be more. On housing, a Section 31 payment, I think if the government proceeds and the homelessness bill becomes legislation, then I would expect a grant, and if that grant comes in, we can obviously look at how we spend it and maybe change some of the cuts. And in regard to Councillor Mason's point about property, well, the properties that we've been buying have long-term tenants and are already let. In other words, if we bought somewhere in Portsmouth, it would be somewhere that's already employing people, already paying the business rates. We would be a silent landlord. It would make no difference. We cannot, this isn't about building things. That's a separate issue. I mean, we're looking at that. We've got the new facilities at Limberline Spur. We've got development up at Havant as well. But that's not what this is about. This is about investing in secure properties when we're a silent landlord owner.
Thank you, Councillor. We've got 6 councillors on my list at the moment, 7 now. Councillor Whittington, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. So I'd just like to go through a few specifics and then just do a bit of a summing up at the end. And Councillor Harris, you will get your quotes as you requested last week. So just to start with, so sea defences, Councillor Mason has already spoken a bit about it, especially the area that is not covered by the current sea defence projects, either at Southsea or in the north of Portsea Islands. The specific area, if you don't know, is between Milton Locks and the Royal Marines Museum, the barracks. That is an area that isn't going to be included until 2020 onwards. So any reactive maintenance does need to be done there. So that's why I think the £10,000 is a reasonably smallish amount, but if that can stop us having to pay more money out by being able to do maintenance, I think that's absolutely critical. Myself, Councillor Brent and Councillor Stubbs went to a meeting recently about the development at the Kinetic sites. Part of that will be done by them as private landowners should a development take place there, but the rest of it is down to the council to maintain at the very least until work is done there. On the living wage, I think this is about simple fairness. Councillor Hugh Mason has made the point that if we don't set an example, how is anyone going to follow? This is the same as when I was working as a civil servant. If the DWP didn't have HR policies that were absolutely bomb-proof, then why would any private industry, why would anyone they work with do the same? You have to show an example as a public body, and to have our least paid workers paid the living wage as set down by the Living Wage Foundation, the real living wage, then I think that is absolutely appropriate. It's not an enormous amount of cost. £110,000 is not an enormous amount when you're considering the rest of our budget, but it does ensure that the least paid among our staff actually gets paid for a fair day's work. So on to bus services, we put some bus service money in there, £20,000 in our alternative budgets. This is about looking and working with the bus companies about trying to make sure that we can get services there. As you all know, I've been very involved with the Hayling Ferry, and it's fantastic that's come back this year. And thank you to everyone on the council who has supported that. But one of the things I'm trying to do at the moment, and I think Councillor Fleming has had some conversations, is try to get the Hayling ferry, the 15 bus and the 16 bus running back down to the ferry. However, what I think might be, and having had conversations with the bus company, they might not be able to do it entirely commercially all that way, though there might be some ways around that in terms of not costing as much in terms of subsidy, but it might give us an opportunity, if we could put some money forward, that might mitigate and that might enable us to have an integrated transport system across our area, which actually is the most important thing. It's not necessarily about making the ferry run, it's not necessarily about getting people onto the buses, but what it's doing is about the integrated transport across the area. I must just bring up about cycling, as the Leader of the Council mentioned it. Obviously, there's nothing in the budget about cycling at all, and actually one of the things that she mentioned was the Goldsmith Avenue cycle lane, which of course is being paid for by the agreements of the 3 Milton councillors, the money coming from their SIL contribution that they agreed. But really, I really do have to take issue. As much as the council has put forward things to do with big events, etc., the infrastructure for cycling in this city, the strategy for cycling in this city, as put forward by the Cycle Forum in a City to Share, has just been completely ignored. Every time it seems to be completely piecemeal, and I'm really disappointed that in a budget where it doesn't say anything about cycling, that the Leader of the Council has said there's things that go on and it's to be welcomed. A city share is to be welcomed, but what it needs is real infrastructural investment, it needs real strategy, it needs support from the Cabinet member and the rest of the Cabinet to actually go forward and do things properly across the city. And this is where Councillor Harris gets his quote. The quote is from Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman, the greatest Prime Minister of the 20th century. Good government should never be the substitute for government by the people themselves. And what that's about is, if you ignore the people, then you might think you're doing a good job, but quite frankly, if the people don't think that, if they don't feel engaged, then where are you going to go? That's a problem with this council, is that you can do all the good you think you are doing, but if people aren't listening, if people don't think about that, if people think they're being dictated to because they're not being listened to, then there's no point at all. You may as well just hand over to the people who run 8 seats out of the 14 in the city this year. But overall, this is down to government. This is down to central government through their continuing cuts, which have got worse and worse and worse. I remember, I think it was Councillor, Honorary Alderman Rapson, who said the cuts have been going on since 1988, year on year. So this is nothing new. But they have got worse and worse and worse. We've been given worse and worse information over the years, worse and worse deals. I agree with Councillor Vernon Jackson. We've taken a leap in the dark with this 4-year cuts. We could lose out very, very badly. Ultimately, we have to deal with that. But I think in far too many things, this administration has made the wrong cuts in the wrong places. And in the end, instead of spending to save, they are cutting to lose. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Whittington. Councillor Lee Mason, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. 18th of April 2006, David Cameron said, "Vote blue, get green." And it's from there that I'd actually like to start off on my speech, talking about something that is very important in our budget, yet I don't think any of the other parties will mention, because they know it's a shame to them. The 3 years prior to us taking over, there had been no solar sites installed in the city or the council. Before that, there was negligible one-offs. It was not a solar policy whatsoever. They weren't thinking green, they weren't acting green. It took blue to be green. Since then, we've had 4,500 panels installed, producing 1.15 megawatts. In the last 12 months, leading up to now, that has produced 615,719 kilowatt hours. Or, to put it in layman's terms, that's a 3-bedroom house powered for 120 years, or equally, 120 3-bedroom houses. In the last 12 months, that's £54,000 paid to us in feed-in tariffs. That's money we have made. In addition to that, there's the £70,000 in savings on bills from producing our own power. £124,000 in total. Now, to put that in a green perspective for you, that's £348 of coal, or 6,225,000 cubic foot of gas we're saving per annum. That is heavy figures, but these figures don't include the new ones that are going through at the moment. Buckland Community Centre, New Road Community Centre, Henderson Road Day Centre, Milton Village Hall. Because as Conservatives, we look for the whole city, not just our own pet wards. And the ones that are coming forward, Willows Nursery, Highbury Community Centre, Buckland Shore Start, Landport Shore Start, Makers Merchants. So in the 2.5 years, we have gone from being behind the times, unknown to solar panel, to being the regional experts, to the point where Southampton schools have chosen Portsmouth to install their solar panels. This again making us money going forward. Gosport equally, they're choosing us for their blocks, their council Gosport Town Hall. We're doing Weacock Farm. We are setting up of a private company, as been mentioned by the leader. But even before we do that, by Easter we'll have 5,760 panels, making a saving of 530 tonnes of CO2 emissions. That is why we can put into our budget £70,000 coming forward from our company, because we have the certainty that we're going forward and we have the experience now. So we have heard from Hugh Mason that we should invest in our city. We have. We've invested in the sky of our city, we've invested in the sun that shines on our city, and we're reaping the power from it. Now I'll turn to some of the references made in the Book of Prize entries for fiction. I'll only mention the resources ones. So delete one post to the strategy unit. While there's only 2 there, neither of which equate to £40,000. But you have copy and pasted last year's impact statement, so I'm quite impressed on that. I don't think those add up. It will have an effect on us. HR, impact on external income. We currently bring in £140,000, excluding schools and temp agency, through our work for the HR. So to save £54,000, you're putting at risk 140. It's also having the lower officers working abroad. That means our higher officers can go and work in Gosport and bring in income there. PAs, you're saying that you'd rather have our high-paid directors perform admin roles, such as complaints and FOI filtering and gathering data, completing other tasks that they do in addition to being directors. We don't have every director with a PA, and the ones that do often share. So again, it's how can we look like we're saving whilst at the same time we don't care if we throw money away as long as it looks good. Can turn to the pink papers. I'd like to congratulate you on your first Labour budget, but it's more of a Lib Dem cut and paste budget. We've noticed several sections have been literally cut and pasted. The first bit on the making reference to strategy unit might not have been copy and pasted due to your time in community engagement, so I can understand there you might have a better reflection on what the work they do, but the others have been cut and pasted. You say you were going to save paper and go for paperless society. I didn't quite know that's how you meant to do it, just cut and paste, but you could have just put please see Lib Dem budget and it would save the time. The one addition that you have put in is the reduce and roll the function and communications team. So out of 230,000 budget at the moment, you're going to take 60,000 out, so we have 4 staff going down to 3 staff, I presume, and yet you still expect flagship to be delivered. Well, that's how you're going paperless. You're taking away our communication with the residents. We won't be able to do our help in Gosport. We could put at risk the £30,000 that we income in, plus the 900k equivalent of advertising that we get through our work. So, but the biggest shock of all is the putting the money back into unions. Out of all the 3 groups here, you would not have expected the Conservatives to be friends of the unions. We're putting 37.5 back in. Lib Dems are putting a generous £28,000 back in. But Labour aren't putting a penny back in. So therefore, they're happy and accepting that we slash and get rid of the unions. Today is the day that we've noticed Labour have turned their back on the unions. I'd like to thank their efforts, Lord Mayor, but I recommend and extremely proud of the Conservative budget going forward this year.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
My Lord Mayor, 39B. There is so many inaccuracies there, but just one. We did start putting solar panels on things. It wasn't something that had... and actually, it actually happened. But
OK, that's, thank you very much. Councillor Steve Weems, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Please excuse me if I sound a little congested. firstly, I would say it's a shame that others, or many others in the Liberal Democrat group, don't speak with the same tones as Councillor Madden. Well, it's a shame he's not here, because I at least understand his concerns, and I hope he was satisfied by the response given by my colleague, Councillor Stubbs. Unfortunately, Councillor Vernon Jackson, as an alternative, spoke of Orwellian doublespeak and fake news, yet I believe he's the man responsible for writing the manual on doublespeak, and certainly his party produces Focus. So let us compare and contrast his budgets presented before and that before us today. He claimed in 2010, when there was a well-established Liberal Democrat administration, that they were a great party, they produced balanced budgets. Well, in 2010, they certainly were spending £6 million more than they received in income. True, they had already squandered £4 million on the bus portal scheme, wasted hundreds of thousands of pounds fighting a hopeless court case with Kinetic, and spent millions supporting the people running the pyramids. We've already heard about them today, so I won't elaborate, but just suffice it to say that this administration sorted it out, kept the pyramids open with a proper company doing a proper job, not wasting Portsmouth Council taxpayers' money. Then, of course, in 2011, the Liberal Democrats slashed £6 million from children's services. And to his credit, the Liberal Democrat councillor responsible at the time resigned in protest. I can only recollect, Lord Mayor, that the then leader of the council, complained bitterly, not of the cut to the services, but that the councillor might have damaged the Liberal Democrats by resigning in protest. What a way to proceed. Interested in his own party before the benefits of the city. When I look at housing service, in the years 2008 to 2014, 6 years, there were only 52 new homes, council homes, built in the city. Neither was there a homeless shelter for the winter. But as a Conservative administration, we are very pleased that we have opened a winter shelter last week that provides an additional 28 beds for rough sleepers. Not only that, but we've also already built 30 homes, or we will have already built 30 homes between this year and next, with a further 179 to be completed by March 2019. That will be a total of over 200 in 5 years, an improvement from less than 9 per year to over 41 per year. Now, that's good, but we're not resting on our laurels, as it could still be better, which is why we're already exploring other ways to build even more. These things have been in the pipeline long before the new Prime Minister took her post, and while we welcome her commitment to addressing the homelessness issue in our country, we in this city were already tackling them, not because we were asked to do so, but because it is the right thing to do. And I know we've already all have received a missive expressing concerns over a reduction, but not elimination, of a budget to an advisory service that educates people on how to budget. And I will give this assurance to you that if there is evidence that is actually coming to pass, we will look at how to address that, and we will look at reinstating it if needed. And I will address another issue raised by one of the deputations, and it's come up in terms of how we look at social services. Earlier this year, I, along with Councillor Stubbs, took part in a systems thinking intervention by social services staff, not the managers, but the frontline staff, into part of the services they provide. I think it is fair to say that they were extremely sceptical about the value of this exercise. A scepticism, Lord Mayor, that I have to say soon evaporated. They created their own bonkers list, where the processes that they were witnessing became subservient to the service provision. I'll give you an example. An elderly couple phoned in, the wife of an elderly couple phoned in. Unfortunately, the husband had sadly died, but he'd had disabled living aids, which wife said, could you please take them away? Oh, but could you leave the one with the grab rails round by the loo, because I find them useful myself? And we said, no, I'm sorry, we'll have to take them all away, come out and assess you to see what you need, and then if you need them, we'll reinstate them. And that's the sort of waste we're talking about. It's not about, we're not saying our staff don't deliver a good service, we're saying the processes they have to use to deliver that service are rubbish, which is why we believe you can make savings within social services without cutting the service provision itself. Now, Lord Mayor, I know my time is rapidly running out, so I'll say to you that all of this evidence is evidence of our party's ambition to deliver, rather than the talk in cliches that we hear from around the room, and relying on playing on stereotypical images. I ask members to look at our group as real human beings with all normal human feelings and ambition for our city and its residents as anyone else, rather than the ogres they try and portray us as, and then vote for our budget. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Lyon, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Ever since last year, when I seem to have won the political lottery in Portsmouth, or maybe come second by winning a seat, I have actually found it interesting to hear the arguments that are being put in this chamber. One might find surprising, even from Liberal Democrats. And I was listening carefully to Councillor Hugh Mason earlier on, and although Councillor Stubbs touched on it, I do think it's time we revisited what it means to invest in an investment in order to produce income for our city. We do that anyway by putting money into banks that aren't in Portsmouth. Maybe that's because there aren't many Portsmouth-based banks. We're not even investing at the moment, as far as I'm aware, in the Hampshire Bank. It's because our residents would be quite right to say it would be wrong to sacrifice income that supplements their services for a less fruitful, less secure, but local investment. Pension funds, similarly, cannot invest in themselves. Ever since Bob Maxwell, that great paragon of Labour, tried to shore up his own company by raiding the pension funds of Mirror newspaper holdings. So clearly, what we need to do as a council when we're talking about this is not conflate the two issues. Yes, of course it's important to invest in Portsmouth as and when we can, but for a reason for Portsmouth. But if we have an objective, which is to create as much income as possible to allow the services that we need to continue, that's our number one priority. And that's a reason why I take my hat off to Councillor Linda Symes for what she's done to show our former administration how you can actually make money out of entertainment in this city, as long as you ask for the right kind of criteria and you ensure that the people who are doing it actually know what they're doing, and you don't spend years shoring up a failed system because somehow you think it might just come better in the end. So this is a short intervention. All I would ask is to have a plea that we stop mixing our metaphysicals around here. By all means, support capital projects in Portsmouth, but don't seek high investment returns where they can't be found. That's what we're about, and that's what this particular administration has prioritised, and we should be very grateful for it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We've still got 6 people on the list. Councillor Fleming.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm going to start with a word of thanks to all the other political parties, because whether it's the Liberal Democrat amendment, whether it's the Labour Party amendment, both of them actually support 99.7% of our spending plans. I mean, that is huge. What we're talking about is a small variation, just tinkering around the edges. But when you look at what these tinkering around the edges actually are, you start to get a pretty clear picture, particularly when it comes to the Liberal Democrats. Now, most people will be aware of how they betrayed students when they promised them to abolish tuition fees, and then when they were in government, they trebled them. I mean, that was a real betrayal. Some might say it was deceitful because it could never have been achieved in the financial situation that the government found itself in. And we're actually in a very similar position here locally, based on the amendment that's in front of us. We've got the Liberal Democrats trying to be benevolent, putting funds into Portsmouth area rate crisis, an extra £3,000. But Portsmouth area rate crisis may not have needed that £3,000 if the Liberal Democrats hadn't cut their funding by over £15,000 a year only a couple of years ago. So to stand up and say that they're putting victims of rape first is deceitful. That's what it is. They're pretending they care when they're giving back crumbs when they took away the whole loaf. And that is disgraceful. When we look at them putting off-the-record funding into the budget, I'm going to bring it up now, Lord Mayor, and directly quote from March 2014. The former leader of the council, Councillor Gerald Vernon Jackson, said this: "Off the record's application for the voluntary sector fund was poor. It did not meet the basic requirements. I hope there is a long-term future, but we need to work with it and ensure it is not reliant on investment from the City Council." Councillor Vernon Jackson, along with his Liberal Democrat colleagues, after making that statement, then went into a meeting and voted to cut their funding. Yet here we are, they're in opposition, and suddenly they're trying to be champions of this organisation when they're nothing of the sort. The reason this organisation is struggling is because of the poor decisions that were made by the previous administration. So to come into this meeting and pretend to be these champions is disgraceful, absolutely disgraceful. They've put into their budget that they want to spend an extra £30,000 on school crossing patrols to create an extra 6 posts. I could argue about the fact that that won't be enough to actually create 6 extra posts, but that's irrelevant, because in the 2013-14 budget, voted for by Councillor Vernon Jackson and all the Liberal Democrats, they reduced funding for school crossing patrols by £200,000. It was almost a 40% cut. So to stand here today and say you're interested in the safety of children getting to school is a complete nonsense. When you had the opportunity to put into action the things that you stand up and say, you did the opposite. This is what people are starting to realise, Lord Mayor, about the Liberal Democrats. They say one thing when they're in opposition, and they do something completely different when they have the opportunity. The thing that frustrates me the most, actually, though, in the amendment from the Liberal Democrats is the way they seem to be wanting to fill this black hole for all these spending commitments, to give back the grants that they took away from all of these voluntary organisations. They want to raise money through parking charges to fund everything else. I have never heard of a less imaginative idea in my life, and that is the clear dividing line between this administration and the last. We've got ideas. We're implementing ideas. We don't just default to the easy position of raking in money from motorists. And motorists who they have no intention of enforcing the schemes which they're going to implement. Not one penny has been put aside for an additional traffic warden. So these residents in Southsea are going to pay for a zone that's going to create a worse situation for the residents around those areas, and then they're not even going to get it enforced. Misleading people that they have the solution to the parking problem, when what's becoming clear, Lord Mayor, is that this administration is serious about solving the parking problem in this city, not moving it a couple of streets along, actually coming up with a long-term solution. And I thank wholeheartedly Councillor Stewart Potter for chairing that scrutiny panel that we agreed would be set up to look at it, because I am certain that this administration will have the solution to the parking problem, and this amendment is doing nothing except making the situation worse.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Sanders, you've got there by the skin of your teeth. I was just about to say I'm going on to the next one. You would have been struck off. Councillor Sanders, you're the next one on my list. Can I remind members to be in their chairs when I call them, or I'll be moving on to the next one?
Yes, I would have been struck off, and you had the pleasure of Councillor Hunt, so therefore I don't know whether that would have been good, bad, but I'm sure Lee will be lovely as always. My Lord Mayor, today is the first indication of the administration's plans for the future since it lost May's local elections to the Liberal Democrats. It also puts forward the plans amid probably the biggest variable of the lot, which is us not knowing what the government announcement on the future of social care will be. If the precept is going to go up by 6%, whether we're going to have to pay all the money back, whether it's not going to increase or not, we won't know till Thursday. And that, frankly, will be the biggest single decision that will affect our final budget. But when we look at what we do have, we have to look and see whether the administration has learnt the lessons of May's election. So we judge it, the Liberal Democrats judge it by three things. Firstly, is it listening to people? Is it listening to their concerns? Secondly, is it investing in our city and its people, especially the most vulnerable? And thirdly, is it prone to short-term gain for long-term pain, something that has affected many local councils across the country? Now, there are many good things in this budget, and that's why we, essentially quibbling, we believe we should change about 1% of it. I'm delighted that the administration is finally looking at altering the criteria for the Voluntary Sector Capacity and Transition Fund, something the scrutiny panel I chair called for earlier on in the year. However, we can't be in a position whereby we've still got £475,000 spare in another 18 months. So to ensure it works, it would be best, as our amendment suggests, to work across party and with the voluntary sector on how that can work rather than impose criteria now. The debt holiday, Christopher may object to the use of the word debt holiday, but that's the quickest way to describe it, and it's something he tells me the Lib Dem administration would not be allowed to do, is also welcome, and that is in fact the biggest single saving in this whole package. More than a third of the saving that we have comes from that debt holiday. That, more than anything else that we spent the last 3 hours, 50 minutes discussing, will ease the pain of Tory government cuts. Now, coming back to Councillor Lee Mason's point earlier on, I'm delighted that income is coming in from solar panels, although I would happen to say to Councillor Lee Mason that his view that nothing happened under the Liberal Democrats is not the view that housing officers have given me, because they tell me that it was Liberal Democrats who actually started the introduction of solar panels on housing blocks. Modesty forbids me from them telling me who actually agreed it in the first place, but I'm delighted that the Conservative administration is actually continuing this policy, just as it's continuing the 4 strands that we set up. It is prioritising income generation, certainly, as I suspect any administration would do when faced with the level of government cuts we've got now, but the mix is about the same. But,
members, please. Please. Leader, please.
Yes,
Sorry,
I have
Councillor.
looked in the mirror, Councillor Fleming.
Through me,
frankly,
please,
I'm not looking in the mirror
Councillor,
again.
thank you.
But
Members,
the problem
please.
is that there are many bits of these proposals which, frankly, are short-term gain for long-term pain. Not having a hate crime unit in a city that has seen the consequences of radicalisation can only sow division. Cutting funding
to the rate price service off the record of Portsmouth mediation can only harm those looking for someone to turn to. That will not only affect the vulnerable, but it is also incompetent, because we're going to have to pick up the bill sooner or later, and meaning we spend more money than we save. Now, you would have thought the council would have learnt from the lesson from last year's planned decimation of the domestic abuse service. Clearly not. Removing floating tenancy support to families and the £2 council tax support floor will do the same. As the person running the service has told us, many of these families rent privately, the very people Councillor Galloway mentioned earlier on, who were suffering, and they have children who without this support may go into care, meaning we pay much more.
I'm sorry, I can really hear you from here. Sorry. Whisper, please. Sorry, Councillor. Carry on. A few more minutes. Carry on. Yeah, if I could hear, because it is really loud. I'm sorry. In all due respect, you are loud. Please. Thank you. A couple more minutes added to his time, please. Thank you.
You're very kind. Meaning that we have to pay much more in... Thank you, Councillor Stubbs. Meaning we have to pay much more in the long run. But it's not just about people involved in social care. It's also about our environment as well. If fly tipping is going up since free bulky waste collection was lost, that is a blight on all of us that costs this council money it does not have. That is short-term gain for long-term pain. Similarly, not having the living wage at a level from backed by an organisation even Boris Johnson accepted will, according to the papers given to the Employment Committee when it set the current living wage, will not reduce sickness absence and labour turnover. Two good things. And that's why tackling poverty pay for the just about managings in our city is very important, and that is why our amendment includes it. So there are many good things in this budget, but there are many things where too often there is short-term gain and long-term pain. The budget consultation had more staff replying than residents. And that is interesting in itself. Only 559 residents replied. We would like to see further tweaks. We would like to see the good bits kept and the bad bits taken away. Our amendment does that. Our amendment ensures that the short-term gain doesn't lead to long-term pain for the vulnerable and for the just about managings. And that's why I commend it to colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Hunt, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, members. So, whilst Conservatives are investing £100 million and maybe more outside of Portsmouth, local Lib Dems have a track record. We have invested millions into the Mountbatten Centre facilities. We invested millions into the pyramids, which would have closed under the Conservatives and under Labour. We have invested millions in Southsea, creating a brand new library for the community of Southsea. This was opposed by the Conservatives on the day of opening. We have invested millions into the new hot walls, creating new jobs and new creative industries. We have invested into the Square Tower, creating new business there. Lib Dems enabled the new Eastney Coffee Cup at Eastney, opposed by the Conservatives. We have invested over £3 million into the new D-Day, reconfigured D-Day Museum to create a world-class museum, opposed by Labour. Lib Dems enabled many new concessions all the way along the seafront, many opposed by the Conservatives. Lib Dems have invested many millions of pounds in the new Portsmouth International Port, saving jobs for the people of Portsmouth and bringing investment into Portsmouth and bringing income into the council budget. Lib Dems invested many millions of pounds into mainland market deliveries, saving jobs for local people and bringing rates into Portsmouth and ensuring that all the North African fruit and produce come in through Portsmouth. And when you eat bananas this Christmas and all your satsumas, they will have come in through Portsmouth. It was the Lib Dems that made sure that mainland market deliveries remained viable and that business remained here in our city. Lib Dems invested in the South Escape Park when it looked like it was going to close. Lib Dems invested into the future and built the new Lib Dems built the new Highbury Community Centre, not the Conservatives. Lib Dems built the new Wimmering Community Centre, not the Conservatives. We invested in a new citywide £2 million tennis programme and new sports facilities citywide. We invested in Southsea Castle, but not the Conservatives, as they claim. We created the new venues there, the wedding venues and the cafes, and that created the income to enable the entry to Southsea Castle Museum to be free. We have backed new services around Canoe Lake, enabling all-weather tennis courts and saving the lawn tennis courts there, and enabling all the new weather tennis courts, and indeed helping to create the new Greens Cafe. And of course the new children's nursery there. That again was opposed by Conservatives. We invested in Cumberland House Museum to help boost figures there, and I'm glad that Councillor Linda Symes is doing a new butterfly house there. Lib Dems invested in the Great South Run, bringing millions of pounds to Portsmouth and increasing sports involvement in Portsmouth. Lib Dems built the brand new Portsmouth Gymnastics Centre at Hillsey. We've invested money into Milton Village Hall to create a new community cafe. And we've invested into Southsea Children's Centre by creating a new children's centre, which the Conservatives have closed. Lib Dems invested in the new £1 million Highbury Community Centre, which I think I've mentioned before. And we, as Lib Dems, invest in the people of Portsmouth. We don't look to spend people's money outside of Portsmouth. We worked citywide with voluntary groups, with businesses, and we worked with the government and governing bodies like Arts Council England to invest money into the new Theatre Royal. We put Terry Hall put £600,000 into the King's Theatre, and over 3 or 4 million has been invested by Liberal Democrats into the King's Theatre and into the new Theatre Royal. All these things and so much more. We did that. Some of it you supported, some of it you opposed. But the principle is the direction of travel. We as Liberal Democrats, we choose to invest here in the people of Portsmouth. Lord Mayor, there is a big difference between us and the Conservatives, as Councillor Fleming says. Lord Mayor, we have a proven track record of investing here in Portsmouth businesses, in Portsmouth jobs, in Portsmouth people and Portsmouth's community. That's Liberal Democrats. The Conservatives have a different direction of travel. They invest outside of Portsmouth. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hunt. We've got 4 more councillors. Councillor Rob New, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd just like to really kind of start with addressing some points that have come up today. And one of them is kind of a real concern, which Leader raised earlier on in the debate, and that's that some of the 2 of these budget predications from the other parties single out individual members of staff posts yet again for a 2nd year in a row. And frankly, it's shameful. And you could say that that's actually possibly some form of bullying and a hate crime. And therefore, when they're going on about reinstating a service like this, perhaps it's because they're looking internally into their own party. Now, I want to talk a little bit about hate crime, and I want to give you some of the facts around this, rather than some of the anecdotes that we've heard today. When I took over this portfolio, it had such poor political steer and management. It was unbelievable, and it took a long time to get around this. And this is not a criticism of former Councillor Eleanor Scott, because she was poorly, but this portfolio was left with no direction, very little steer. And when you looked into this service, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about it, because not only have I used the hate crime service indirectly, there are also other members in here that have also used it indirectly, such as Councillor Bird and Councillor Hockaday, and I hope that they won't mind me actually mentioning them here. And I think that they'll back me up on this. What's extremely disappointing to find out is I thought, when that came forward earlier on as a potential saving, it wasn't because we thought that the people of Portsmouth didn't deserve a service. It's because when we looked into the service, we found that it was a duplication of what the local police force already do, and frankly, wasn't fit for purpose. And I say that very, very strongly. And I'm just going to tell you about my own experience of this, which I think bears out what lots of other people have also experienced with it. And this was no reflection on the staff there because they were just doing their jobs. But this was a steer that was set by this city council many, many years ago. What would happen is, say, for example, if somebody did experience a hate crime and they phoned it into the police and it was reported, that report would then go on to the city council, who would then send out a letter to that person, and it would provide them with charity numbers to call for support. Lo and behold, the police are also doing this. And so there was a real duplication effort. And do you know what was crazy? The people of the city council didn't know that that happened, which was just bizarre. And so when we started to look at things that were evidence-based and strategic, we did have to take some hard decisions. And unfortunately, a non-statutory service such as the hate crime service, which I'll also add, nobody spoke about other than Councillor Lynn Stagg, very briefly, at the budget meeting of December 2015. Nobody was that bothered about it. They just let it go. And, you know, and I thought this was a bit strange. I was expecting a bit more there. And I thought, well, maybe they've experienced it, or maybe they actually do know what goes on here. And like I say, it's through no fault of the staff. They were just doing a job. But it was a duplication of what the police were doing, Lord Mayor. And therefore, it would be wrong to put £50,000 back into a service and to insinuate that there is a rise in hate crime and that the people of Portsmouth are racist and bigots. And I tell you why I kind of come to this conclusion. I do meet regularly with some of the minority groups, and they don't say to me that it's with regards to the reporting, etc. And as Councillor Stagg rightly pointed out, some of the issues that she's obviously explained today that she thought might be a hate crime or she's experienced are cultural differences. I have friends in the Bangladeshi community, and everyone knows I am a dog lover. And they are scared of my dog, who's the gentlest Labrador. And because it's a cultural thing, because in Bangladesh, they are scared of dogs because they are wild animals fending for themselves. And so that's completely understandable. But to put £50,000 back in for somebody to write a letter for a service that already happens within the local constabulary would be wrong. And so on that basis, I completely dismiss this moving forward. And also, one of the other things as well, which I think that we have to realise, is that when I speak with the communities around Portsmouth, and some of the things that they tell us, and I'm sure that they've told the other members here, if they're having the frank and open discussions that we're having, is that they're not worried about where to turn to, because they do know that they can turn to the police. They're quite often worried about how it's going to be reported in the local newspaper and the sensationalised journalism, and frankly, the dangerous journalism that comes from some of the local media outlets, in terms of they're worried that they are being all labelled as radicalised Muslims, etc., which is simply not true. And the last point that I would just point out is that when that did happen and there was radicalisation, we had a hate crime service. We had that hate crime service that was funded to £100,000. It made no difference to them, and that's because what they were doing was doing a duplication of what the police was doing. The last thing as well that I would like to talk on is the sea defences here, Lord Mayor, just before my time runs out. We've got here the indicative savings from 2013-2014 from the Liberal Democrat budget, where they have identified that due to the capital scheme that was moving forward, a reduction in the maintenance, the reactive maintenance budget could go forward and be reduced, because they knew, as well as we did, as happened last year on Boxing Day and then the subsequent time after that, that actually those costs would be covered moving forward. As it is laid out there, they're absolutely right. And what happened when we were down there on Boxing Day of last year, that's exactly what happened. Not only did the team there, and again, just to put on record our thanks, they did a fantastic job, but just to let everybody know that that whole cost was covered there by the Environment Agency. And then the final thing, sorry, I wasn't going to go on to this, but I think it's important because it came up recently at a residents' meeting where people were most shocked to find out that all of the domestic waste that Councillor Vernon Jackson mentioned is still free to go and dispose of. And actually, the former leader's opening speech was disgraceful, Lord Mayor. He did nothing other than attempt to scaremonger these residents yet again, and do you know what? Residents are seeing them for it.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Point of order, 39B,
thank you.
my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Whittington.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Just as an explanation, as it's been, I remember it was brought up last year as well, and it's also brought up this year. When you're doing a budget amendment, you have to state exactly how many posts you are taking out. So that is a requirement of the financial officers to have your amendment being legal. And I would also remind the member, Councillor New, that that also happens with the administration's budget, that it does state how many posts will be or won't be lost. So this happens right across the board and not just specifically to do with the amendment. And this is necessary. We can't do amendment in any other way.
Thank you very much, Councillor, for clarifying
Sorry,
that.
my Lord Mayor, 39D. Sorry, Councillor New is absolutely right. He has postponed his Tory tip tax for a year, just because of pressure from outside.
Yeah,
okay.
so,
and he's absolutely right, but he's still
should
bringing
we
it in.
Members.
Lord Mayor, could I
yeah,
just
okay,
respond
just,
with a point of clarification?
hold on 1 second. I'm the Lord Mayor. 30 seconds, and then I'm going over to Councillor Gemma New.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. When I made the decision, I said to everybody, because as we knew from the last meeting, the reason why those decisions are made is because the taxpayers of Portsmouth would end up paying more if we did not mirror Hampshire's costs. And I said we would keep it under review, as the officers have done. And at my last decision meeting, I took it there and said to them, we are going to delay along with Hampshire in terms of the times that the tip is going to be reduced by.
Thank you very much. 30 seconds gone. Thank you very much. No more councillors. Councillor Gemma New, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I've not spoken yet at full council, purely because I've chosen to wait for something I'm passionate about and feel strongly about, and at one of these meetings, one of the most important meetings of the year. What I'm speaking about is drugs and alcohol services. We've just got a new tender. It's gone out to SSJ. It is a Hampshire-based homeless charity providing accommodation and support to over 2,500 people a year. Not only does this charity support the homeless people with the drug and alcohol services, they've also teamed up with Solent NHS Trust and are now delivering a new model of drug and alcohol recovery service to everybody that drugs and alcohol affects. They also work with the service users, families and carers. They're offering a whole range of services, a lot more than just with the homeless. That includes medical services, substitute prescribing, relapse prevention prescribing, one-to-one advice, counselling, group therapy, detox, including in-house and home and residential. It also includes harm minimisation, including legal exchange. We also then have PUSH, Portsmouth User Self-Help, which is now called Pushing Change, which is based in Central Library. This is a peer-led service user group. Absolutely everybody can access this who wants to access a service, whether it's drugs, alcohol, homeless, whatever. Their main aims are to provide peer advocacy, peer support and representation, but they're also wanting to increase effective and meaningful use and involvement in services accessed by drug and alcohol users in Portsmouth, and to challenge and change the attitudes within the community that are discriminative as well. With doing this, we used to run a drug and alcohol service in-house and commissioned at 3 million. By going out of house to SSJ, Society of St James, it's now a cost of 2 million, making a saving of 1 million. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Well done, Councillor. Councillor Godier, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm not going to be long. I just want to make a simile here. First of all, I want to congratulate the Conservatives for what I can see is a all right budget so far. I know we've got a long way to go, but as it stands right now, it's lovely. Well, it's all right. Let's not say it's lovely, yeah? It's all right. Second of all, I want to jump straight on to the scaremongering and the fear that we like to, certain groups like to throw into the communities, specifically Councillor Vernon Jackson and his scaring of my ward and the most vulnerable in it. Let me just say very briefly, because I wasn't planning actually talking tonight. Stop scaring the most vulnerable, please. I appreciate you're the opposition, but here's something for you to swallow. You were in charge for 15 years, you destroyed the city, the most vulnerable are jobless, a lot of them are homeless, and the services you did provide, sorry, most of them, or a chunk of them, were inadequate. I know this because I tried to use them 20 years ago, and the reason I'm in politics right now is because nothing 20 years ago has changed. I lie. Last 2 years, quite a lot's changed. We're getting people off the street. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Councillor Chowdhury, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd just like to talk about the investment. The investment inside the city will be more benefited to the local peoples. Might our leader find good return for the investment outside the city, but investment in our city, it will be bring our city credibility, more job, more opportunity, look more organized and develop the city for the next generation. Also, we as a party, we asked for the cabinet member to protect the trade union facility and time and find the saving elsewhere. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Last one on the list at the moment before we call leader is Councillor Ryan Brent, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This budget exemplifies the changing culture of strategy and forward-thinking financial planning of the current Conservative administration compared to the previous Liberal Democrat administration. When looking across the portfolios of Portsmouth City Council within this budget, there is a clear presence of the Cabinet members undertaking risk-sensible behaviour to further increase the general efficiencies of the services that the local authority provides to the residents of the city. We, as the Conservative administration, are taking a whole system approach, not looking at the symptoms of local economic pressures, but identifying the causes, not just asking the what and how questions, but more importantly, the why questions. I watched a TED talk about one of the world's leading IT companies, Strategic Business Thinking, where it is clear that there is a specific thought process that produces success. First, you must ask why, then how, and then what. Why are we proposing these savings? How are we going to do it, and where can we minimise the impact? What is it we specifically have to do, and who will it affect? Conversely, it appears that the mindset and the perspective of the previous Liberal Democrat administration was one of risk-averse, symptom-identifying strategy, a tiptoeing direction forward that looks to the end of the following financial year, overlooked the possible repercussions of a seemingly salami-slicing approach for their time as the administration. It would appear that this was an upside-down approach of my previously stated 3 questions of success. They ask what, then how, then why. What is it we have to cut? How will we shift accountability? And why did we do that? This is a perfect example of retrospective thinking with a hint of manipulation and an insight into the previous Liberal Democrats administration's budget-setting plans. Act, then think. Of course, Their mismanagement of previous budgets and lack of clear direction has arguably been a key cause of putting the local authority into this administration's inherited deficits. However, I can reassure you that the Conservative administration has taken an active approach in reducing these deficits and ensuring taxpayers' money is spent appropriately and responsibly, with a clear direction and strategic plan of income generation and whole system thinking. Oh, 1 second, getting a bit carried away with the cursor. Just because there have been reductions to local authority funding, this does not mean that there has to be a reduction in efficiency to the services that the council provides. In fact, I see this as an opportunity to minimise duplications and really understand where the money is being spent across portfolios, always asking the why question. Not just accepting current structures of operation, but actively challenging them, asking, why is money being spent here? How effective is the use of money on outcomes? What are the alternatives? Of course, I'm not suggesting that the reducing economic situation is what I would desire, but that the pragmatic nature is to accept it and move forward in the best possible direction. If I focus on my own portfolio of children's social care, there are numerous key points that exemplify my previous comments, but I will focus on a few that portray the far-sighted managing of pressures more effectively. Performance. PCC is on top of the league table in timeliness of assessments within the South East, and there has been an improvement in both initial child protection conferences and looked after children reviews timeliness. The youth offending team was removed from special measures by the Youth Justice Board. Workforce development. Still no reliance on agency staff, where there has previously been a heavy reliance. Low turnover of staff in comparison with other local authorities. A robust link with university through the academy and honorary lectureship. Further strengthened an internal foster carers and foster carer brand, as well as good permanence work, including reduced timescale to adoptive placements. Increased the number of evaluative and analytical audits to facilitate the development of services and further understand why key progress indicators are or are not being met to further increase efficiencies. Imagine the situation of an increasing demand and a limited capacity. Most agencies are in this situation. From a local authority's perspective, this could be the number of referrals that are made into the MASH, the multi-agency safeguarding hub, the children's social care front door, or the rapid increase in arrivals of unaccompanied asylum-seeking children over the last 12 months, where we currently have a bid proposed to the Control in Migration Fund. Nevertheless, we have projects that focus on a sustainable nature of social care, which further our multi-agency work and priority of those most vulnerable young people in the city. Projects include the Regional Adoption Agency, Channel Shift, an electronic platform to further co-produce and empower looked after children and care leavers, Stronger Futures, increasing targeted early help, of which aspects were cut from the previous Liberal Democrat administration. Therefore, I believe wholeheartedly that this Conservative administration has achieved a considerable amount and arguably more within their tenure thus far than the Liberal Democrats did in their duration. There is a clear emphasis on innovation, income generation and a whole systems approach to prudent and forward-thinking financial planning illustrated within this Council's budget. And that is why I will be voting in support of the administration's budget. I urge members to reject all amendments, especially the Liberal Democrats' amendment, which actually highlights that they are in agreement with almost all of the proposed cash limits, and due to their misinformed speeches or indicative saving lines, or sorry, as they would say, Tory cuts, which have been illustrated to have been less of an impact on frontline services than their own administration's budgets, that they are predominantly in support of the budget, and as the actual purpose of this meeting is to set the cash limits for each portfolio, not agree in principle individual saving proposals, nor to scaremonger the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members. Thank you. Okay then, so I call upon the leader to sum up, please.
Well, I've lost my bet, Lord Mayor, because I thought we wouldn't be home until between 8 and 9, and it looks like it might be 6:30. Anyway, right, that's a good point. That's an unlimited summing up, so I will do my best to try and get as close to 9 o'clock so I win my bet. Anyway, okay, so I think today has been, you'll agree, Lord Mayor, a very important decision. I do feel that we have had a full and thorough and robust debate. I hope you agree. I'm going to start, first of all, with the UKIP amendment. And I want to make clear now that I've spoken to my colleagues and I'm happy to subsume the UKIP amendment into the substantive Cabinet report that's before you today. I'd like to thank the UKIP group for their pragmatic approach, as I said earlier, towards the budget. And I think the electronic devices for contractors actually could really help us, immeasurably in a whole number of areas. And actually, since we've been here in the meeting today, I've thought of another couple of areas that potentially we could use it in as well. I think the third sector mapping that's also suggested is a very good idea, because actually we hear about all these different charities that have counselling services for young people, for mental health, for drug and alcohol. And actually, if you were someone who needed that help and support in whatever area it may be, where'd you go? If you had a list of them and you knew where you lived, look at the map, you can see where they are, that would really help you as well. So I think that that's a great idea. That's to start with. Then on to the Labour amendment. And I think that this, on the whole, this is a good amendment. There are a couple of little bits in there, Councillor Morgan, if you'll allow me. It's not £9 million worth of cuts, it's £900,000, and the rest are efficient. I know it's a matter of interpretation, but, I've got to say that. And I did like the line of, we don't want anyone in the council to lose their job. Well, other than those that you highlighted in your amendment, obviously. And that not a single local authority was named when you came to union cuts. Well, I did highlight both Brighton and Hull, both Labour-run, who have reduced union support by 50%. And I'm splitting hairs and I'm being a bit pedantic. But one final thing, the line I did enjoy the most was that the Conservatives had turned their backs on the hard-working people of Britain, or just on hard-working people. Well, the polls, I know we can't believe everything pollsters say, but the polls would say that would be the Labour Party that have turned their back on hard-working people, because they're almost in minus figures now in popularity in the country. Anyway, moving on, I do think it was an honest budget amendment. What Councillor Morgan did do, because I'm now going to stop having a little dig and actually be nice, okay, sorry about that, is that he did lay out at the very beginning the Labour Party in Portsmouth's commitment and focus towards social care, and that being a priority for you. And I think actually we wouldn't disagree with you on that. It's absolutely a core function for any council. And quite rightly, therefore, their budget amendment, they've highlighted where they would save the money and spending it in one key area, exactly putting his money where his mouth is. This is what we care about. This is important to us. So I understand that. The other thing in the Labour Party amendment that I really like, and whilst it doesn't come with any actual financial gain right now or any budget saving, we know that it would be, is the 4 yearly elections. I'm absolutely with you, and I know that UKIP like that too. So 3 of the 4 political parties like it, so I think it would be great, and I've spoken to Councillor Stubbs about this. We would like to work with you on bringing that to the annual council meeting, because we think it will absolutely improve outcomes for people in this city. 100%. Thank you very much for raising it. Full respect. Okay. Then we save the best till last. Okay, so the Lib Dem amendment. So what was I expecting from the Liberal Democrat amendment? Well, to start with, I was expecting an amendment not of around 397,000, but more around 1.4 million, because I know that whilst they say they agree with the strategy of the income generated through the property investment portfolio, they don't agree with what we've bought. So therefore, assuming that they wouldn't have bought it, there's a big gaping 1.4 million hole in their budget, which they seem to have completely overlooked today. And that's why the figures and the council's budget was in such a mess, and we inherited it some 2.5 years ago. So anyway, first amendment I was expecting was that. Didn't get that, unfortunately, but I'll look forward to that one for next year. Then we move on to the council tax support. And you'll remember, Lord Mayor, that in November, when we brought the council tax support proposals before the City Council, the Lib Dems indicated that they wanted to remove around 97% of the proposals that we brought to this council literally 4 weeks ago. Yeah? However, today, in their budget amendment, they only look to put 1% of that back in. So we've got a 96% gap there as well. So the maths aren't going too well today for the Liberal Democrat group. However, I am encouraged that from £117 million controllable spend before the City Council today, actually their amendment is only £397,000. So effectively, they agree with our budget, which I'm pleased with, because effectively that's what they're saying by their 397. I did. I have to be honest. I think you probably saw from my reaction. I did find Councillor Sanders' comments about the Conservatives learning everything that we know from the Liberal Democrats in terms of the PV panels, how to manage the pyramids and get one of the biggest gym memberships in the city, over 3,500. Oh, and how to generate income. The whole theme of this administration is about mitigating the cuts through income generation. Learnt from Councillor Sanders and his colleagues. Thank you, Councillor Sanders. I remember that one. Okay.
Members, thank you. Leader, through me, please. Members, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Lord Mayor, through you.
Thank you.
Then we move on to the £200,000, as highlighted very eloquently by Councillor Fleming, that was cut from the school crossing patrol budget. That was put forward in February 2013 as part of the 13-14 financial year by Councillor Jason Fazakerley as part of the Liberal Democrat budget. They may deny it. It's the truth. We've protected it. We've kept the service. And, in fact, we are investing more into that service because we value it so much with such a densely populated city. Then one of the key things that came out through the Leader of the Opposition's speech today for me was the Lib Dems, interestingly, wanting to tie themselves to our coattails. So we started that, the Conservatives are taking over from where we left off, that was our idea. Well, there's an endorsement, if ever you needed it, Lord Mayor, that they're trying to jump on our bandwagon because they know that we are doing an outstanding job 6 years into a very difficult austerity programme in the government. We then heard from the Leader of the Opposition that it's outrageous that Portsmouth City Council and the Conservatives are investing in these commercial properties all around the country, and he rolled out the Waitrose in Somerset yet again. And he said they've invested nothing in this city, Lord Mayor. Not true. If he'd read the budget papers before him and the capital programme, he would have seen from last year that we've actually invested over £4.2 million in Limberline Spur, buying some leaseholds there and creating a new business park. So if he'd like to read the papers fully, he will understand that this City Council, where there is opportunities, wherever it may be in the UK, including Portsmouth, if it fits our covenant and it fits the things that we want to do, we will invest in Portsmouth. Moving on. When we became the administration back in 2014, we inherited a £200,000 budget line, because don't forget, Lord Mayor, that budget was adopted in February 14, voted through by the Liberal Democrats. We tabled our own amendment, the Conservatives. When we became the administration on June the 3rd, 2014, we inherited that Liberal Democrat budget. So there we were, day one, sat down with all of our senior officers, finance director in check, went through all of the budget line, went through all of the different portfolios, cash limits, where we were. And when we got to the £200,000 saving from the senior management's restructure, I said to the senior management team, where's that coming from then? I don't know. Or did the Liberal Democrats not give you any indication? No, they haven't. So actually, we then set about doing it, the Conservatives, learning from the Lib Dems as we do. Only we actually managed to save over £650,000 because we removed an entire layer of strategic directors created by them who were accountable for nothing, managed no budget and managed no staff. So actually, we removed the fat cats at the top to make the organisation leaner and far more accountable. And it's definitely reaping the rewards of it. So there you go. Conservatives putting their money where their mouth is and actually picking up the pieces yet again. Then we move on to Southsea Library. Southsea Library is actually a very popular and well-attended library, one of the best in the city, as we know. However, to clarify our opposition at the time, it wasn't around having a library in Southsea. We were offered the opportunity to either buy or lease the building. We went from a library in Southsea that we owned the freehold of, no mortgage, we owned it, no rent payment each month, to a building that we took on £110,000 a year rent payment to the landlord. Bonkers. And that is the financial business acumen behind it that this Conservative administration had an objection to all those years ago. So that's why waterfront gifts are being created to try and mitigate the high cost of running that library, which is in excess of £300,000 a year. Then we move on to the sea defences. Here we go again. The Conservatives are cutting the sea defences. No, we're not. And actually, the Leader of the Opposition knows this, because he and I have had a conversation in this chamber, outside of this chamber. In fact, we've had several conversations about this. And we have explained what we are doing because of the massive, over £100 million sea defence capital programme we're about to start. And Councillor New advised me earlier that Alan Cuffley's meeting with Guy Mason up in London today at the Environment Agency with DEFRA went very, very well, and we have now got the green light from both the Treasury and DEFRA to proceed with the scheme. £117 million scheme. So, as we have been recommended to do as part of our business plan, agreed by the Treasury's financial management team, part of the salaries of those staff who work for us in the seafront management team are being charged to the capital programme. So there will be no job reduction, no job losses and no reduction in spend on the seafront. It's just being accounted for in a slightly different way. He knows this, but because of the emotive situation of the sinkhole that appeared on the seafront last year, he's trying to spin things, obviously, for political gain. No surprises there. Then we heard from the Leader of the Opposition, and I quote, because I wrote it down, "The city is looking grubbier every day." Well, do you know, what a way to play up your city. You know, because when I go and talk to people, Lord Mayor, I'm talking about what an amazing, historical, fantastic, beautiful city we live in. I'm showing them images, Lord Mayor, of the America's Cup on the seafront during the summer. I'm certainly not standing up saying, this is a grubby city. But let me just quantify that for you, Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson. £165,000 cut from community wardens in the last budget that you proposed to us back 3 years ago. We didn't take that cut when we became the administration 3 months later. Instead, we stopped the cut to the community wardens. We restructured the whole service. We went through an intervention. We created the Green and Clean team, and they are doing a brilliant job in spite of the fact that you and your colleagues are desperately trying to walk around the city, taking photographs, saying, "Oh, shame, a sofa dumped in Southsea." When you do it and you tweet it to me, I then go straight onto the app, upload the photograph, I get a notification back with an email that tells me 2 days later or the next day it's been picked up, thanks very much. So rather than tweeting and putting sofas on the internet and running this city down, get on the app, report it, and it'll get picked up.
Members, please. Carry on, Leader, thank you.
So then,
please, Leader, carry on, please, thank you. I would appreciate no clapping, I've been told at the back here, no clapping. Carry on, Leader.
Until the end, maybe?
Well,
okay.
no.
All right, okay. So then, Lord Mayor, the theme that I got today from the Leader of the Opposition's budget was that this was an attack on vulnerable people, and this was an attack on disabled and people that need the help and support the most, okay? And that got me thinking, all right, I'm just going to have a think about the last few years and the sort of budgets that have come before this council. So let me just go through with you. First of all, we had education, children that need an education. You could argue some of them are vulnerable. Governor services, and we heard that the Liberal Democrats want to put more money back into governor services. Well, if they kept closer connected to what was going on in the running of the City Council, because, by the way, we never really see any of them, and spent less time out spreading their propaganda, what they would know is that this City Council pays to Shaping the Future of Portsmouth. Shaping the Future of Portsmouth have got a new work stream, which is all geared around supporting governor services. And don't forget, Lord Mayor, that we now have the greater numbers of academies in the city than we've ever had. I think within about 12 months, probably all of our secondary schools will be academies. And we are hoping to have around 70% of the primaries being academies, again, within the next 12 months. So academies, governor services, it works slightly differently, as you know, Lord Mayor. But Shaping are there. They have a city ambassador programme, and they are actively helping us to recruit and train governors. That's the way that we're doing it, because our governor services provision was overspent under the Liberal Democrats. No surprises there. Then we move on to the substance misuse programme and the detox, as Councillor Vernon-Jackson used the words, because I've gone through everything he said bit by bit, as I'm sure you're guessing. And when we talk about, as we heard excellently from Councillor Gemma New, the Society of St James, yeah? They've talked about putting £43,700 back into that substance misuse programme, a programme that costs over £3 million a year. Now, I'm not dissing £43,700. I'm sure the Society of St James would love it. But it's already a tendered contract. It started on the 1st of November. So where are we going? We're just going to suddenly give them a windfall? You've already got a tendered contract. Have a bit more? What's this about? I'll tell you what it's about, Lord Mayor. It's a political line again, isn't it? It's a line for a Lib Dem focus leaflet. Then we move on to the unions, and I'm delighted, and I don't want to have a go again, Councillor Morgan, but I'm delighted that you've proposed nothing. The Lib Dems proposed 28,000. The Conservatives are the party of the union in Portsmouth. We are the Conservative and Unionist Party after all, so there you go. £37,500 proposed for the unions from this Conservative, so we are the caring, sharing Tories. You heard it here first. Then we move on to the fact that the Liberal Democrats cut almost £1 million in their last, I think, 3 or 4 years running the council from the culture and leisure budget. They took £35,000 out of the reduction in the book fund, £14,500 in increase in allotment charges. Then we move on to the fact that the opposition budget of protecting the vulnerable, £23,000 they cut from the funding for carers for disabled children budget. They took £250,000 out of social care, with 10 social care posts being cut. They also closed a children's home at a saving of £250k. They also took £37,100 out of the child and adolescent mental health services. Now, I wouldn't be mentioning these things because, listen, I don't want to knock people that had to make some quite difficult and unpleasant decisions previously. No councillor gets elected to make cuts to public spending. We know that. It's not a pleasant thing for anyone to do. But if there hadn't been a sanctimonious heir to the opposition budget, then I wouldn't be saying any of this, because I don't want to drag up the past, but all the time you guys sit there on your high horses, we're going to remind you, bring you back down to earth, because you know that you Liberals like to float away sometimes, bring you back down to earth, okay, and tell you just exactly what you did before you start sitting there trying to preach to us about how entrepreneurial and income generating you all are. £40,000 cut from the museums when they closed them on a Monday. £10,000 cut to Central Library for dance and drama classes. £76,000 cut to the Vulnerable Children Uniform Grant. I mean, God, whilst giving them... Well, then we also £9,900 cut to children with special educational needs. We also had £59,000 cut to violent extremism budget, and we had £15,700 cut, as you heard, from the Portsmouth area rape crisis. So I'm not going to go on any further because I could stand here all night giving you the rest of them. I think I've made my point, Lord Mayor, which is that, you know, it's not a pleasant thing for anyone to do. Those cuts that they made, I'm sure they didn't want to. The cuts that we're putting forward, the £900,000 cuts that we're making from a £9 million spending reduction from the government is not something that we also want to do. We have to be pragmatic on where we're at. But I will not sit back and allow this administration to be criticised from sanctimonious opposition councillors who seem to have forgotten the previous 10 years they were running this council. We then move on to Portsmouth PLC, and the Deputy Leader of the Opposition spoke about the fact that he thinks it's very, very important that the council invests in Portsmouth itself. It creates jobs, it creates business rates, it creates all of these things. It's a lost opportunity, and he said that the Liberal Democrats were about investing in Portsmouth, and he asked me as leader of the council to consider the lost opportunity costs, and I would say to him that that is about increased risk. Okay, and it would ultimately lead to the end in public services. And a couple of months ago, after happening upon a Lib Dem focus leaflet in a recycling bin, I asked the I asked the finance director. He kind of is the leader, really. But anyway, I asked the finance director how it would work, and I said, look, if we amended it, so we only invested in Portsmouth, we would only purchase, how would that work? And I'm going to read to you, Lord Mayor, an email response I had from him. Property Acquisition Fund. The primary responsibility of the council is to protect public funds. Therefore, covenant strength is paramount and diversification essential. To put funding into more risky properties would not be financially responsible and put council services at greater risk. That's because he understands, as do I, that to generate the sorts of money you've got before you today, 1.4 million today and up to 5 million potentially by the end of next year, you need to speculate properties crudely about 1 every 7 to 8 weeks. Could we do that in Portsmouth? Are there enough commercial properties for sale? And would those commercial properties, if we were forced to generate that income at that speed, would we have to compromise our covenant strength? Yes, we would, is the response I got back from the professional surveyors that work for us. And so, therefore, let's just say that we had bought our Limberline Spur that may bring us in, I don't know, £80,000 a year profit after borrowing. And we had managed to acquire one other good, chunky, big commercial freehold somewhere in the city. We may have got to I don't know, 200, 250k. Yeah? So what would have happened to the other £1.1 million gap in the budget today? Well, I can tell you, sorry, Councillor Symes, but your libraries would have been gone. Yeah? So actually, that's the opportunity. That's the option. If we follow Councillor Hugh Mason's recommendation, Lord Mayor, yeah, we wouldn't create the money quick enough, and it would have a bigger effect on the people of Portsmouth. So the lost opportunity cost, I would argue, Councillor Hugh Mason, is in following your methodology, which is investing only in this city in commercial property. And don't forget that commercial properties in this city are already paying us business rates anyway, so that isn't a lost opportunity. Moving on. So then I want to talk to you about the Conservative capital budget. And you heard from Councillor Matthew Winnington that SIL money was used for the cycle route along Goldsmith Avenue, which in part it was. But so was the Conservative spend on the capital budget. And if you look back at last year's capital budget, you will see there was £100,000 in there for pedestrianisation and cycle facilities in Fratton. It's either, yeah, I think it was either the one in February this year or February last year. But we put that money in the budget for that very purpose, and that was used on improving that scheme because we know that was a dangerous road and we really, really want to improve it. So, Lord Mayor, in terms of the Conservative commitments and priorities, we have spent over £11 million. We put £11 million this year in our capital budget to primary school place expansion programme. And in total, with the secondary school place phase 1 and phase 2, we have committed over £22,906,000 to improving educational establishments and creating school places over the last 24 months. Moving on, we have also put £1,212,600 into the housing budget to support vulnerable people for shelters. We've also put money in £150,000 to go towards adopting adaptations to foster care properties. We're spending over £2 million on making improvements to the Eastern Road new build properties. That's down near the ambulance station. We're also configuring Corbin Lodge at a cost of £1.1 million. We've also invested in the port, link spans 3 and 4, over £9 million, therefore generating more income. The port makes over £5 million a year for us. We're investing in the Eastern Road water bridge because we know that that bridge would have to go down to 1 lane if we did not do those essential repairs to it in the next 2 years. We were told that by our civil engineers. We committed £1.8 million to that. So what you will see, Lord Mayor, from this is that this is a Conservative administration that's doing, not just saying, and I think that's very important. And talking about doing and not just saying, a Conservative administration that's actually really helping those that need it most in this city, building over 200 new homes right now in Portsmouth. Again, putting our money where our mouth is. We've also created the Portsmouth Lottery, Lord Mayor, and we've been informed today, a press release has gone out telling everybody that we anticipate over £70,000 will be raised in the first year based on the current weekly ticket sales from the Portsmouth Lottery going as grant funding to good causes around this city. Something that we, the Conservatives, have not just talked about, we've done, we've delivered, and then the charities will start to see that money within a 12-month period. So, whilst it is difficult to put forward a budget with over £900,000 worth of savings, I am actually proud of the budget that's before you today, Lord Mayor, because I think, in view of the current circumstances, where we're at, you have got a mature, grown-up, business-minded budget. You've got a commitment from us to generate more income. We have the ability, the capability, as an administration, to deliver on that promise. You have a commitment that we will continue to work in an open and transparent way, something that a lot of people have fed back to us. They have really felt a significant sea change over the last 2 years. You have a commitment that the business-minded, capable, competent Conservatives, there's my alliteration of the day, will continue to deliver excellent services, mitigating the government cuts to ensure prosperity. So, Lord Mayor, on that note, I am pleased to propose the financial revenue budget 2017-18.
Thank you very much, Leader. So the amendments to the revenue budget will now be put to the vote using the recorded vote method, as previously notified and in accordance with the regulations, starting with the Labour Group amendment.
In the order that they were received, Lord Mayor.
Told me.
Yeah. So, Lord Mayor, we're starting with the Labour amendment. If those who are in support of the Labour amendment could stand and sit as their names are called out, please.
Sorry.
Those in favour of the Labour amendment? Okay, thank you. Right. Councillor Chowdhury, Councillor Morgan and Councillor Ferret. Those against the Labour amendment, could they please stand and sit as the names called out? Okay. Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Jones, Councillor Fleming, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Bosher, Councillor Tompkins, Councillor Alcombe, Councillor Jonas, Councillor Weems, Councillor Hastings, Councillor Symes, Councillor Young, Councillor Lyon, Councillor Harris, Councillor Rob New, Councillor Ryan Brent, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Jenny Brent, Councillor Geminu, Councillor Godier, Councillor Galloway, Councillor Bird, Councillor Denny and Councillor Potter. Are there any abstentions on the Labour amendment? Thank you. Okay, so that's Councillor Hunt, Councillor Pitt, Councillor Wood, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Sanders, Councillor Winnington, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Madden, Councillor Wood, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Purvis, Councillor Horton and Councillor Ashmore. We'll just get the numbers for you, Lord Mayor.
Okay, thank you. You carry on then. 3 for, against 24, abstain were 14. So
Labour amendment is lost. Lord Mayor, is that okay?
yeah, followed by the Lib Dem group amendment now.
So could those in support of the Liberal Democrat amendment please stand and sit as their name is called? Thank you. Councillor Hunt, Councillor Pitt, Councillor Wood, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Sanders, Councillor Winnington, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Madden, Councillor Rob Wood, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Purvis, Councillor Horton, Councillor Ashmore. Okay. For those who are wishing to vote against the Liberal Democrat amendment, if they could stand and sit as their names called, please. Councillor Ferret, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Jones, Councillor Fleming, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Bosher, Councillor Tompkins, Councillor Alcombe, Councillor Jonas, Councillor Weems, Councillor Hastings, Councillor Symes, Councillor Young, Councillor Lyon, Councillor Harris, Councillor Rob New, Councillor Ryan Brent, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Jenny Brent, Councillor Geminu, Councillor Godier, Councillor Galloway, Councillor Bird, Councillor Denny and Councillor Potter. Are there any abstentions, Lord Mayor, at all?
Abstentions?
Okay, we'll just... Oh, we've
Two.
got two. Councillor Chowdhury and Councillor Morgan abstentions.
Thank you. Just count the numbers on the door. So the recording vote for is 14, against is 25, abstain is 2, so that's fallen. So we now have to vote on the Cabinet recommendation.
Lord Mayor, basically, as those two amendments are lost, you're now dealing with the Cabinet recommendation, which also incorporates the UKIP amendment, so it's the substantive. So those in favour of the Cabinet recommendation with the UKIP amendment incorporated, please stand. Councillor Ferret, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Jones, Councillor Fleming, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Bosher, Councillor Tompkins, Councillor Alcombe, Councillor Jonas, Councillor Weems, Councillor Hastings, Councillor Symes, Councillor Young, Councillor Lyon, Councillor Harris, Councillor Rob New, Councillor Ryan Brent, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Jenny Brent, Councillor Geminu, Councillor Godier, Councillor Galloway, Councillor Bird, Councillor Denny and Councillor Potter. Those against the Cabinet recommendation, please, incorporating the UKIP amendment, please stand. Councillor Hunt, Councillor Pitt, Councillor Tomwood, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Sanders, Councillor Winnington, Councillor Chowdhury, Councillor Morgan, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Madden, Councillor Rob Wood, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Purvis, Councillor Horton, Councillor Ashmore. Any abstentions at all? No. Okay, just a moment, Lord Mayor, while we check the numbers.
So the scores on the doors: for 25, against 16, abstained none, so that's been carried. Thank you very much. So that concludes the budget debate. Questions under Standing Order number 17. As stated on the agenda, there are no questions from members at this meeting. This just brings me to the end of today's meeting. Can I thank the councillors who made the cakes? Please put your hands in your pockets and put some more money in the tin, because last time you weren't exactly, only had about 20 quid. But if you can pull a little bit more in for me at Appeal, I would appreciate it. At this last meeting of the year, I would like to wish you all a very merry and happy Christmas and a very merry New Year, and invite members back to the parlour for some festive refreshments. Okay, thank you very much.